Boom. Wow, what a perfect transition. I love it. I love it. We didn't get the 3-2-1 action. The professional, it's fine. That's all right. We need a 3-2-1 go kind of deal.
I think you
Action.
did that. All right. So hello and welcome to your Wednesday edition of the Illumineers Champion League. With me, I have three of the most serious people in Lorcana. I have with me, first off, the incredibly lovely, talented, and shiny JDZ Quest. Welcome, JDZ. How are you?
I'm very well, Katie. It's happy to be here again with you on a Wednesday. We met earlier in the post LCCC pre-ICCL, and now we're back at it again. How are you, Katie? Thank you for allowing me to be here with you.
I allow it. Good. I was going to do popcorn, so now you get to introduce somebody.
Okay, I would like to bring in someone who I just had a pleasure sitting in the commentary booth with today. The beautiful and the engaging and the handsome and the well vocalized Red Rose. How are you?
Oh, man. Flattery will get you everywhere with me, sir. It is a pleasure to be back for another great cast with my good man, JDZ. Always a pleasure, sir. And I get to meet you, Breezy, for the first time, as well as always get to spend time with Katie. So very excited.
Nice.
Well, now you get to introduce somebody, but you kind of hinted.
Okay.
I like this. It's like reading. Now you pick on somebody to introduce.
All right.
Next.
So this is someone I actually am not familiar with yet.
Ooh,
so I
how
get the
fun.
great pleasure of introducing and being familiar with. I only know him as Breezy, and I'm sure he's going to tell us more about that. Sir, welcome. And by the way, I absolutely love that you had a trading card stuck to your forehead when we started.
It's the power of the hand grease from playing.
Wow.
And
And
those things.
it's a special edition one.
And I do. Hold up. Have I been wrong this whole time? Is it in fact Breezy?
No, it's Breezy. It's
I think we should keep the Breezy. I think that sticks a little bit harder.
I mean, it's fine. You can. It's the same thing with my actual name. It's just like you can do whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just a fluid thing. It's whatever you want it to be. I'm okay with.
Okay.
But I am excited to talk about ICL. Excited. I was just playing some Cherna dogs. I will keep yapping about the dogs until the dogs are no longer barking, but they will never stop barking. So it's exciting. It's exciting time.
Cherna dogs. I've heard great things about that deck. I really want to see it pop off.
Yeah, I haven't heard it win, but I've heard great things.
Yeah, that's the thing. Every time it looks like it loses
by Ruby Sapphire, and that's.
Oh, really?
That's like you just look at a Sisu and you're just like, oh, okay. Well, everything I own is not that. And also, once you start getting getting your Chernobogged baby Sisu, you want to like take a shower with your clothes on and cry. So it's just one of those things where it's just like if you dodge Ruby Sapphire, which is quite hard, you will win a lot of games. It's just the moment you run into that, and now Emerald Sapphire getting your like tramp action kind of ruined out. It gets a little complicated, but it's one of the most fun decks in the format, I think.
Yeah, call that deck Corella because she killing them dogs.
Hey, yo. I don't know. I just really don't like a lot of decks with characters with 0 strength. I don't know. It's something about
they
it.
get more.
I can't stand the 0 strength.
You play Tramp, you play Merryweather, you give them the power, but the 4 is so annoying because there's so many 3 strength characters. Like Calhoun doesn't do anything. The Scary Bell doesn't do anything. It's just a lot of characters that Smeeze, Pete's, they just stare at your 04 bodies and they're just like, well, you're getting an extra lore. It's just basically playing more Pride Lands. Neverlands. Sorry.
I feel you on the Sisu, though. Last night at Locals, I was trying to take Steel Song, and I had to play against Red Blue, which historically has always been like Steel Song's worst matchup anyway. But I put a Smee out on turn 2, and my opponent had gone first, and they had a Coil out in turn 2. So turn 3, they go Ink, Baby Sisu, get rid of the Smee. I'm like, well, I don't like that. That's not fun.
Man, I was like, my Miss Bianca died to do this.
Yeah, right.
That's sad. Everything gets banished so fast. Everything just so sad.
Yeah.
But there is a non-0% chance that we'll see both of those decks here on the ICL taking place in about 20 minutes. Okay, we have the select few versus Cerberus Den, not to be confused with Cerberus Den. First, I want to just go around the horn one time and let's get some thoughts. We'll start with you, Katie. Who do you think is going to take this thing down? Who do you think has the advantage? Or maybe we could just introduce the players and kind of talk about some of the matchups we're going to be showcasing tonight on the ICL.
Well, I will say I'm panicking a little because the logo I used is not the logo that Luke is using. So we will find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z what their logo is. But yeah, I mean, it's an exciting matchup. So we have seen Cerebral Den before. Cerberus is, oh, here we go. So, wow, I'm powerful. We have seen it's 3 new players, basically. So when last time they were there, we had 3 players, and they said, no, get them out, get 3 new in, which I love personally from a player card perspective. And then select few, they are here too, and I haven't made cards for them before. So basically, these 3 players, you're gonna recognize all 6. So you'll see a few names, so you're like, I know this name. So yeah, we can start with the lineup for either team.
Let's see who's gonna be match number 1, game number 1, match number 1, round number 1. Let's break that down. Let's do some analysis. Maybe we could talk about their tendencies, as we have J-Rod.
He is not playing round number 1, so let's just get that out the gate that this man is not playing round number 1.
Oh, he's not J-Rod though. I'm gonna call him J-Rod, even though that says Jared. You know, he's gonna be J-Rod though.
Yeah.
Okay, a little team introduction. Get to know the whole squad.
It was a manifestation that didn't work out, and that's okay, you know. But it's still Jared's still here. He's actually going to be playing in round 3.
Nice.
Well, we got the coverage in round 3. Fantastic stuff. Winning multiple set champs. That's a nice little flex. Got the mats on mats on mats on mats. Getting a little stack of them. You know, make a little pyramid. It's cool. It's cool.
I do wish they would have included how many, because multiple can be.
They
2.
did.
Yeah, that's true.
It's more than 1.
Multiple could be 2. I mean, I think you gotta if you're going to say multiple, you gotta specify. I need numbers.
Okay. So full transparency. Okay, I gotta do this fast, but they were like dogging on my cards here. Anyway, it's like sometimes people are like, I won 3, so everybody who's won more than 1 gets multiple, because like and it's like some people are like, well, I got top 3 here, so you're a winner of multiple set champs.
That's fair. The thing is, the thing with multiple though, like, what is the number where we're just like, wow, that's quite impressive, right? Because like when you say multiple, it's like, okay, 5. When I think about multiple, I think about like 5, 6, which is quite impressive. You got to sit down against like 40 people at times and just absolutely dominate on a consistent basis. That screams consistency, and I like consistent players.
But I don't know why, Breeze. I don't think all set champs are built the same. I've gone to some that'll struggle to get 8 players, and I've been to some that'll have like 150 players. This is not. It's not.
As a Central Florida man, it's always tough competition. We got teams, we got beasts. They're roaming around the city. So for me, any set champs, I'm like, okay, there's some jerseys walking around for sure.
Well, the good news is that Jared is in good company, because nobody has the exact number on there. Everybody just gets multiple. Although he did send me a specific. He said, I have at least one set champ each set so far. So that was 7 or no 6. There's been 6 set champs.
3. It started in set 3.
Oh, but there's been 5, right? Or 4?
No.
So because it was the Stitch, Ursula, the Mirabelle, the Scar, and then the Hero will be the 5th.
Okay, so that means he's won 4 or multiple. That's why we go with multiple.
I like it. I like multiple choices exactly 4. So there you go. It works out.
Shout out to Jared. We'll see him in round number 3, and hopefully he's bringing that stank, and we'll see if we can add another ICL victory to your player card. Okay, we'll see on who's going to be the next one we're bringing up, Luke. All right.
Well, we'll just keep talking about Jared here. All right.
All right. Let's talk about his fit. Yeah. Okay, outfit. Oh, never mind. Speaking of fit,
we cannot.
Speaking of that fit, that stash, dude. Oh my goodness.
Right?
Wait a minute. Wait.
This turns into hot or not for these poor players.
Hold up. I'm talking. I'm swiping. I am. No offense to Jared there, but I'm completely right swiping here on STR33T. Okay. Come on now. Look at that stash. Look at that jacket. Look at the hands in the pocket. You look very comfortable. You look like you're ready to get your game on. Okay, I'm not even looking at your stats. You beat Steve Warner from Ravensburg. He beat the creator of the game.
That's quite impressive.
So he owns the game now.
It's like
that is true. Yeah. The ownership passes. He's the new king of the hill.
He also beat Tim. He beat everybody. Had my picture taken with Ryan Miller. Look at that. So,
but there's no Ryan Miller in the picture. I feel betrayed.
But notice he probably didn't beat Ryan Miller though. I think he left that off. He probably got cooked by Ryan Miller and had to go with the whole picture angle there.
There's a picture later coming on where there is a celebrity. So there is one card that you guys will be very excited. There's celebrity. No Ryan in this picture, but there is one coming up. But
that's exciting. So
this is street. But yeah.
Well, he wins the handsome competition.
He's definitely 10 out of 10. He's gonna win in the looks department. He's got that one knotted up for sure. So
this is fashion police.
If you do as end of season like awards, most handsome might
be street.
Here. Might be locked in. Might be a huge lock.
Let's see who else Cerberus Den is going to send. Who else we got here?
It's coming. You know, it has to come from space and back. We got Zycon.
Ooh.
Let's go. Oh, maybe because I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the stream there. I need to be looking at the actual feed. Okay, here we go. We got Chad, Claire, Sycon. Look at that. Hey, yo, what's up? Thoughts here? 2-time top 3 at I can't read. I gotta go back to
SCG Con Cincinnati and a top 30 Cincinnati and top 32 at the first CCS 8K, the first ever one. So he's been around. He's an OG.
OG, real to the game. I like the haircut. I like the hoodie. I think you got to class it up a little bit though. We gotta put the hoodie down.
Okay, we asked these poor players to send us photos, and then JDZ comes on. And he's like,
right,
and I'm like, oh my god. Yeah.
JDZ's like, you have to wear a suit. You have to wear.
Feel good.
The requirements are up.
I want professional headshots here.
I'm trying to make this beautiful,
that'd be fantastic.
place, and then JDZ's like thumbs like the Roman emperor, and I'm like, no, that's not what we're doing here. We're just saying we're happy you're here. So, Chad.
I mean, I would personally, if I'm Chad here, I hate to be on a team with Street just like that because it's just going to be you're automatically just on the side.
Stuff. The Street just put that he like
don't matter.
Okay,
don't matter.
All right,
don't matter.
The mustache alone makes me jealous. So.
He is a hard emperor to please.
Yeah, my gosh.
No. All right, but that is the Cerberus Den squad here. They came out. They're ready to ball out. We have a team established. We have a Street, Chad, and
Justice. Lorcana. Just do you not read?
This is Lorcana Justice here. No, I'm talking in the first round. What round? I don't know what rounds they're playing.
We'll be fine. We're gonna figure. I mean, the round. Yeah, we're just doing the teams, and then I'll say the matchups.
Okay. Justice.
But Justice is in the first round, so we're lucky about that. So Justice will be playing against Chad or Zycon, I believe.
Hold up, is this the Lorcana Justice, the Blue Steel Lorcana Justice here? Is this that Justice?
Well, he's also got another name of Create, possibly.
No, that's Rip Lungs is Create. So he's the captain of the team. Justice is another Blue Steel player coming in from Europe.
Oh no, okay, you're right.
So Rip Lungs is out there doing some heavy recruiting. Justice can ball out. This is gonna be interesting to see. I didn't know Justice was brought into the team. I recognize this player.
His name on it.
Yeah, I'm digging the inkwell symbols on the jacket.
Yeah, the drip's complete. The drip is absolutely complete. And the pose, we're talking hand on chin. We're talking
professional.
Cut to the left a little bit. We're talking maybe what is that? 1159, 1158 to the left.
Just a little
10 out of 10 on the photo.
He knows the angles. He knows what to do.
Yeah, and good lighting.
And he got the achievements on there. Player lore goes crazy.
Yeah, eye contact. The jacket, the fit. I mean, what are we talking about?
I love it.
He has won the Euros LCQ. He won his pawn. We care about things other than looks here at the ICL. He has top 8 Axiom Set 7 Sunday event. And he put in 6-time set champion.
No, okay, it's more than multiple.
Specified. So here's the thing. It's complicated. When Katie makes cards, you don't know what you're going to get. No, I'm not accepting any feedback at this time.
No, I have a question. To the
next card.
Wait. Well, first of all, winning an LCQ pod is almost near impossible. So congrats.
We got another card up.
Yeah.
Well, lore games. Whoa!
Oh my goodness. That's what I'm talking about right here. That's what we need.
Let's go. Lore games.
Getting loose. Getting active. Okay, he's fit to fight. He's got the tank on. Mickey Mouse representing. Fitness band on. Top 16. That's a Rapunzel man right there.
And he went to Australia, lost his deck, built his deck there, and competed. He's a monster in this.
Let's go.
This is the type of player that when you lose to him, he's like, all right, loser does 15 push-ups. And
yes.
And he's in shape. Okay. And I did sit down. I think I did a podcast with Lorgain on Rip Long's select few podcasts. I made an appearance there, and he's big into fitness. He's big into mental health and big into being mentally focused and mental preparation. I think he's going to be ready. He's going to be locked in and laser focused.
Locked in.
Yeah. I did. I was feeling a little nefarious, and I was like, would he notice if I photoshopped his biceps a little smaller in this photo? And then when they published it,
I think he would. Yeah, I think he would.
I know. So I was like, no, I won't do that. I have too much power as a photo editor. But I was like, this is too much aura. It's too much. It's too powerful.
Yeah, I would have gone the other way. I would have made him like Gaston. Boom, give him the Gaston outfit and the big ponytail.
But I like this picture. I mean, that's a very confident picture to send in. If I send someone with a picture with my arms out, it's going to be a mess. Okay, nobody wants to see that. But Lord Gaines, I'm checking it out.
Away before the show.
Right swipe there.
Put them away.
Right swipe. Okay.
Yeah.
Top swipe. I got Tinder Gold. It's fine.
Next.
Okay. Nationally qualified, nationally ranked, went to Nats, top 16. Let's get it.
Yeah.
And he's on YouTube as well.
Yeah,
So the sex picture you're going to be very excited about. So I want everybody to get excited.
Hey,
I could not figure out how to get Pikachu out of there. So
I think Nintendo's on the door. Hold on.
Oh, let's go. Hold up. Yeah, we gotta get this out of here. Hold up. Cut this.
Cut
Hold
on.
Cut. Okay. Hey, we got Pika power.
He met him. Okay, you're allowed to meet people where they.
Here's the ball.
I'm a little disappointed we didn't get Rip Longs in the lineup tonight. He's just going to be back supporting the team and crew and cast. He's just trying to be the coach on this one. We're not seeing Rip Longs in the lineup, but we are going to get Marcos Garcia. Marcos, go 4-1-7. That's all one name. You got to say it all every single time, both names each time from the select field. He is a Pokemon player. It looks like, as he got second in the Pokemon US Nats in 2016. That's an impressive feat. But will those Pokemon skills translate over to Disney Lorcana? What do you think, Why Breezy? Will it make it happen?
The answer is yes. He's a winner of the DLC Vegas constructed side event. That ain't easy either.
Let's go.
It translates. It's going to probably translate in this matchup as well. I'm really excited to see. I like watching players that are like good at the other card games come in and trying to compete and see some success. It's interesting. It's a very I like seeing them kind of translate that knowledge into the new card game they're playing. It's very fun.
Okay. So now we know we know who is going to be on the select few. We know who is going to be on the Cerberus Den. Who's taking it? Who do you guys give the slightest edge to? We'll just go around the horn before we start because it looks like we're going to be about 2 to 3 minutes out. Rudros, who do you think is going to take this thing down now that we know the cast of characters? I mean, if you don't know much about them, just base it on looks and swag and see who's going to come out on top.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is easy for me. I've learned in life, you never bet against a Pikachu, so I got to go with select few on this one.
Okay. Katie, or Why Breezy, we'll toss it to you.
Stitch, Gains, select few in 5.
Oh, select few in 5. You're calling a clean takeout there.
Yeah.
And Katie, what do you think?
I didn't understand what he said, but it seemed like
I was trying to rhyme it. I panicked. Okay, I was supposed to rhyme, and then I was going to do select few in 5.
I'm going. I don't know. I think Cerberus Den, they scare me, and I think they have a lot to prove because we said their name so many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And just so we recapped, round 1 will be Justice versus Chad, Claire's Icon. Then we have Marcus G versus Street, and then we have Alvin Lorgains versus Kanam. So I don't know if that changes anything, but I feel like we just owe Cerberus Den after today. But what about you? I mean, you're the final decider here.
I would like to think, I think Lorgains, I'm not betting against him. I think he's got a good approach. I think he's got that physical fitness. He's been there. He's been on top 16 national qualified player. Can't go against him. I think he's taking it home. He's getting the dub in 2. I think we're going to come back in. I think that the Pokemon player, I don't like Pokemon. I think Pokemon's going down. Okay. I think he's not gonna have what it takes. I think he's gonna fumble under pressure under these ICL lights, and I think he's gonna crash and burn there. And then Street, I think Street cleans it up. Street Sweeper comes out and cleans it up, and I think Cerberus then takes it on home. That's what I'm saying. Cerberus then in 2. I'm betting against select few tonight. So hit me if you want. Rip Lawns, come on and get it. Let's go.
On. I got select few. They're gonna rock it. The Gains is gonna come in. He's a big Mufasa player. I'm predicting Steel Fossa to see a little. I haven't seen the deck list at all. I'm expecting a little Steel Fossa action. I think it'll be a cool experiment in the new set. And going back to my take 2, here's Mountain Dew, Bud Dew, select few in 5. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Get into some ICL action.
All right.
Excellent.
All right. Well, it was fun on the pregame show. Again, that's no hard feelings. I was totally joking. Please don't come after me, select few. I do apologize. And Pokemon is pretty cool. But we're going to take off, and we're going to leave you guys as Katie and Bannable are going to set the stage for round number 1. And we'll be back with more ICL action.
Well, hello, Bannable. Welcome.
Hello. Happy to be here.
How are you doing this fine evening? Were you sad you missed out on that chaos of the last 15 minutes?
Well, the truth is I didn't miss out because I was sitting in the lobby watching.
That's true. You had to just stare at me like, wow, that's a lot. That's a lot going on here. But we're here. It's happening. We have Chad versus Justice, which Chad is Icon. Everybody gets like a cool name and a not cool name.
Yeah, we've done this bit before.
But yeah, I mean, we don't talk about what the deck list is until, it's all out there on the dance floor. But I will give one hint that one of the deck list name is Globo Gym. Is that a hint for anyone? I'm not sure. But I'm excited for this matchup. One deck we've seen, both of these decks we've seen, but I'm kind of excited to see how they pilot them and how they work out. Looking at these deck lists, is there anything you've seen that you're excited to see play out, or is it kind of, a familiar song?
Yeah, it looks like Chad's deck is called Globo Gym. I'm rooting for Average Joe's here, I think.
Oh my gosh. Yes, it's dodgeball. Yes, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now I'm caught up. I was thinking Globo Gym was from Heavyweights, but that's just a different Ben Stiller in a gym movie. But it's just
yes.
I was confusing it. So yeah, this is gonna be round one. I don't like to say who I'm picking because it's not the NFL. These are people I haven't seen play before, so I can't say.
If you name your deck after the bad guys, I feel like I'm allowed to root against you. I mean,
that's true. So Chad became a heel, and Lorcana Justice is named Justice. So naturally, we're on the side of Justice here. We do see them altering their hands and getting ready. Justice is like, guess what? I believe in justice. Let me keep my hand on Cam right now. No funny business, which I appreciate. We say you should, and he's like, I'm doing it. And we're starting out with a broom, inking it, and then right on in till you know him, you love him. It's that 0-1 Bird Diablo.
Yes.
So yes.
No, Chad Clare is playing Amethyst. I mean, I know his whole deck list, but
yeah, but I mean, we're playing along. We want to know, but I know the hot debate: Diablo, Chernabog, Magic Broom. I think it's funny. There's a debate when most decks just pick all three.
It's true. If you've got room, you play all three, but
so we see a combo that we've seen many times.
The classic at this point.
It hurts to ink a crab.
It's fine. So I think that you've got enough of that stuff. I mean, crab is not necessarily the card you want to play on curve every single time because sometimes you have to get items in the bin. It's not always there. I think it's fine.
True.
If you've got two, it costs 6. It's pretty far away. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and there's backup plans usually with there. It's not. We don't need just that one crab.
Look, we put cards in our deck to play them. We like them all. You have to ink some of them.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to have pure acceptance of all crabs are beautiful. So we do see is that Fortisphere on the board, which then. Or no, that's just another pop. That's just popsicle, but like maybe not. It's kind of hard. The lights. There we go.
Thank you, Lorcana Justice.
For being like, I'm sorry, my cards are so shiny. So we would go ahead and say Liazarite C. I'm 90% sure that was a Fortisphere. Gonna ink a sail and a popsicle. No, it wasn't. It was a popsicle. I'm just so excited. I might have told a little bit, but it's Steel. It's Steel. You saw Bell. It's who runs Bell and Ruby? That'd be crazy.
There are some Ruby Sapphire items builds. They're less popular now. I think a lot of people tried them the first couple weeks of the set, and
yeah, they wanted to taste the power of the turn 1 Bell, but it's like, what are you gonna do? What song are you singing over there? Get out.
Yeah, exactly. What song are you singing? And the deck's usually not that. If you want to get the most out of a turn 1 Bell, you want to be a deck that quests with Bell. A deck that cares about the lore gets way more out of the stat line on turn 1.
Now, we do see the existence of a Bell made him more eager to get out something to either trade with the Bell if need be, or essentially just bounce back that Diablo, protect him, and then disrupt his little item game with a Benja, which is very fun. It always feels good to be like, listen, turn 4 Hiram, not here, not on my watch. Or turn 3, I guess, in this case with the ramp.
Yeah, the blue steel deck, they always have more.
They do. It's kind of gross, but we deal with it. We've accepted it that they're going to have items. They're going to get them back. And even if they don't get them back, the crab will go through the garbage bin and get them back out for you. So I wonder if that disrupted him enough for now. He's like, well, now I have to play my plan B, which, if you can't play a Hiram, there's always Smee. You got a Smee in there? We'll see.
Let me see. I should block chat.
Just block chat. So he inked us me. He said he heard me and said I would literally never. And then plays the most. There we go. And a Bell, which is interesting.
I mean, it threatens the Benja. I think perfectly reasonable play. 3/3 against a 2/3 is.
Yeah, so I guess it's more. Yeah. Yeah, and then she can survive. Oh yeah, and Smee, if he's sideways, he's taking damage. So at least she can survive with the Benja in this case. So, and we see Genie, which in an evasive matchup or against Blue Steel, we know that it can be hard. You have to use hardcore removal, either Strength or Zeus or something of that ilk to deal with something like Genie, as they don't generally have any evasives in their deck.
Yeah, usually some number of along game Zeus is really all you have. I was surprised actually how difficult it is for the Blue Steel deck to deal with evasives. We saw that the other week with Bjorn fought versus a steel deck, and yeah, it's hard to beat a bunch of evasives.
Yeah, and then we see kind of this like frustrating situation where he did get to draw a card, but Genie's not gone yet, which means he has to use a second removal song or action, which doesn't feel great to use 2 for 1. But drawing the card might have made it worth it here to just start whittling away. And then we see Cogsworth come down to say, resist to all, but not to myself.
Right. Yeah, Cogsworth very strong against steel decks, obviously. Any damage-based removal is that much worse with the Cogsworth in play.
Yeah, it does change the math quite a bit, because then you start going, wait a minute, if you put down that pesky crab, the happy as a clam, suddenly Zeus becomes a little less effective. And
Exactly.
you know for a fact that that clock is going to stand upright until the very last minute, because he's there just to be a menace. So sometimes people will question him at the last minute. I forget to, because I think of certain cards as objects or items. I'm like, Prince
Wow.
John, he's an item. Cogsworth, you're an item.
That's very disrespectful.
I know. It's an item you can sacrifice for 2. But you don't want to turn him sideways, because we see a fox there that we know is in Chad's deck that would happily lean into some sideways characters.
Okay.
So Pete's going to protect that Genie there for 1 turn, which probably feels good to get a little bit more value out of him.
Yeah, I think if you're Chad, you're a little frustrated by this Cogsworth, right? You've got all of these, well, being able to remove the bell is a really big deal here, but yeah, you've got all of these X, 3/3s, a 2/3, that Cogsworth plus bell was really threatening to all your characters. Now, the strength obviously does a lot of work to get the 3/3 off the board, and Cogsworth on its own isn't challenged super well, but could have been scary for sure.
Yeah, a Cogsworth by himself. I mean, he's not an item. I'll be nice. He can quest. But yeah, he's somebody that needs a little bit of friendship. Same with Hiram. Hiram is good to generate value, draw cards, but he's just a 1/6. So yeah, we see Justice is going to want to get some things on the board to be able to do some either questing or damage, which he doesn't quite have right now.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit late for this Flaversham. I feel if you're Lorcana Justice, you almost have to play something that challenges a little bit better this turn. So yeah,
the only thing I can think is he's trying to set up for a crab to come back and draw. Like, it almost seems like it's because something in his hand. He's like, it's not good enough, and he's going for the card draw plan. But as we see, Chad's sitting at 4, and he is going to easily. So he had 6, 7, and then 8 with that coming in. So he's going really fast, getting more cards. So yeah, like you said, the pacing, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, feeling up with this dock, and we know these Blue Steel decks tend not to have Tinkerbells or Grab Your Sword anymore. So fighting against a wide board is just something they don't do very well.
No, yeah, the spot removal and challenging, and if we saw that he already used 1 storm, he does have. I mean, Hiram has a beautiful singing voice, but that is still frustrating, because he would probably much rather use that Hiram to either get more cards or something. I'm curious to know what those 4 cards he has in his hands are, but I guess we will see this turn if he has the answer.
He's gonna need something good.
Yeah, and several of it.
Yeah,
you need something. You need several good things.
6. Yeah, I mean, obviously Chad threatening to quest for 9 on board. That's discounting any potential goats, cobras, roses that could be in his hand right now.
Yeah, the reach on his deck. I mean, once you're already at that, gosh, it feels like 13. Yeah, it starts to be that point. We see a Hades, which is enough to get rid of, in this case, the dock. So he can't bounce that and refill his hand.
I guess I'd be more worried about lore at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then we see that Hiram Hiram has to go ahead and lead. He doesn't have to, but he chooses to be like, whatever, I'll start. And to hopefully that whatever he ends up getting on his next turn, he can survive, so to speak, because he still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board. So like you said, a Cobra.
Yeah, I don't know that Lorcana Justice had the liberty of giving away a lore there. I mean, it's nice to say, okay, you can't bounce the.
And we see the Cobra go.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's the game.
Yeah, and he tried to stabilize, but
okay,
that's a good snake impression, I think, on my end. But yeah, it's interesting. Somebody mentioned, why didn't he hit as a genie? I don't know. It's difficult to say because he had a card in his hand when he passed the turn. So no matter what, if he had the Cobra, he already had the fuel there. But right. I think it's just one of those hard things. I mean, he was already so far behind. I don't think there's one card he could have gotten rid of that would have necessarily won that game.
I mean, the reason to get rid of the dock, especially like in more of a mid-game situation, is so that the purple steel deck can't bounce it to draw 2 more over and over again, which is something they often do with dock. But when your opponent's about to quest up to like 18, 19, I think the lore does start to matter a little more. Not that it was that important. I think it was pretty unlikely that Lorcana Justice was going to make any sort of comeback there, no matter.
But he can get some justice. So that's the good news. Is now Lorcana get some justice. He's going to go first.
Yeah, that's the key. He gets to go first. So justice this game, hopefully.
Yeah, and the power here is aggro used to hate one lady and one lady only, and that was Cinderella singing her songs. But now there's 2 ladies that sing a song. So if he's able to get that opener with some songs, then that can be very disruptive to Globo Jim Chad's play plan. But we'll see if he's able to do that, because as anybody that's played a deck where you rely on a turn 1 bell, it's not. There's only 4 bells. You can't do it every time.
It's true.
Do you think there's any other cards in this matchup? I mean, Bell, Strength, Storm, pretty much anything for little guys. Do you think there's anything else Lorcana Justice is really hoping to do a little bit quicker or faster than he did last game?
Yeah, just get more stats on board sooner. Played a Bell turn 1, hardcast a Bell a little bit later, and then just had very, very few characters in play after turn 5 or so. You want to avoid that, probably.
Yes. Yeah, if you're looking at knowing that both decks are really, really depending on spot removal and singing. If you don't have singers and you don't have songs and you don't have challengers, it's a really rough time to be against a wide board.
Absolutely. Just something like, a Smee on turn 2.
I know he's not much, but he gets a lot of work done. He's a card I don't think I would have ever looked at and been like, this card will be around forever. But once he came on the scene, I think, my gosh, is it set 2 he's been around? Set 3. It feels like forever.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't get to see any crab back. We didn't really get to see a lot of the Lorcana Justice deck other than stabilization. So I think he's very eager to show off what his deck can do when it's not
at least running. One of each crab go to the inkwell.
Yeah. That feels bad. That's the least scary place a crab can be, is face down in the inkwell. So I'm sure Chad was pretty happy to see them down there. All right, so we have Justice has already altered his hand. Chad is just finishing his little pile shuffle. Someone told me that that's the Earlmeister cut. They're like, that is the Earlmeister cut if you do 3 piles. And I said, oh, I did not. I don't know such things, but.
Lorcana Justice is not on Oswald.
Oh, and he's going to go ahead and ink. It looks like a screw. Or no, that's a big crab. That is the so shiny Fortisphere. And will we get the bell? We will. So that's feeling better already.
Just every single game, huh?
Well, isn't that what? If you don't have it in your hand, send back the whole hand. You got to get it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's maybe a little too aggressive. You're like, send it all back.
I'd be curious to hear what the Blue Steel players have to say about it.
Oh, we have Harlan Sweet in the chat. So
it's not Diablo, so I don't know that I would send the whole hand back every time.
That's true. All right. Well, Harlan, you can weigh in. Do you send back all 7 if you don't have a bell? I don't know. But we do see Diablo here. Not so scary. In fact, kind of fun because, you get rid of it, then that sounds great. Maybe I'll get a little card here.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about Diablo is you can just quest, and you don't have to worry too much about when to pop it. It can be hard to play the other ones. Maybe Diablo is the best just because you don't have to think.
Mm-hmm. You're just like, you do you, little bird. And sometimes you get 4 lore just because the opponent just underestimates the power of a bird just menacing and saying, I'll draw a card, I'll do it. So Belle is probably not too interested in doing any songs for the Diablo, at least not right now. So she can quest, get some lore in early, which is not something Justice was able to do last time.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a good start for Lorcana Justice, being on the play, getting up to 4 ink on turn 3. All he really needs at this point is a good turn 3 play, and then I think that this game will definitely be in his favor.
Exactly. And last time we saw the Benja came in right before he was able to crack his popsicle, which really, really threw off his vibes. It threw off his vibes, as well call that. He was vibing and then he no vibe.
He's safe from that.
For now, yeah. Now going wide, we saw work last time, so I can see why I wonder if he's going to put down another 1-drop, because that was a problem last time. But nope, just another Diablo, 2 Diablos, making it a murder of Diablos. It's a murder of crows. Is he a crow or a raven? We'll just say he's a crow to the Joker. I do not know the taxonomy of that bird.
Oh, Lord.
So now Belle's kind of like, oh. So she's in a good place because Diablo can't do anything to her. So she can quest and kind of Justice can save her to sing a song possibly if something else comes down. Now she is in the danger zone of a fox next turn, but that would be a trade. So I'm not sure. What would you be questing with this Belle here, knowing that could feed a fox? Or
I mean, I'm the control deck. I'd be challenging the Diablo, I think. Just get it off the board. If a fox comes down, who cares? I don't know. I think it's fine.
Yeah, and I think the fear of letting them draw a card is honestly sometimes makes it worse.
It's going to get a card no matter what you do eventually.
Yeah.
But if, right, like, so if you challenge here, then the fox comes down, the fox picks up the Diablo. Now your aggro opponent has gained 1 lore and has absolutely no characters in play. I think that favors the blue steel player for sure, if that play were to happen.
Yeah. And I think that's why Diablo could be a problem, because you get players like me that is so spiteful that I'm like, I don't want you to draw a card so bad. I'm going to hurt myself. So don't be like me. Listen to Bannable and just challenge the Diablo. Just do it. Get him out of here.
Yes, this is game 2 for those of us for those of you just joining us. Chad Claire did take down Lorcana Justice.
So we saw a crab turn that into a turbo burn, which you hate to see it, but that crab turned Diablo into an actual problem.
Now, that's a much scarier play than Fox, but
yes,
still, I mean, there's really nothing you can do about it. I think you just have to let it happen. But no lore gained on the side of Chad Claire, so still moving forward, I think, for Lorcana Justice.
Yeah, and we know that so Chad can go wide. He can recover as long as he's drawing cards, and he just drew 2 off of his Diablos. He can go wide again, but the upper end of Justice's deck is a little bit more menacing and a little bit more scary. So things are still trending in a fairly positive direction for Justice, just knowing that he just has to keep stabilizing the board. But hopefully there's not a crab there, or a Flatham Shamum might have a problem.
That's all right. We understand.
Flab him if you have him.
Flab him if you have him.
In this case, we got Scrooge, which he does have to pay 4 ink. It is fun to do it for free, but it is quite hard in these kind of more low to the ground decks to have 4 items, especially after a Hiram. So generally speaking, you're going to have to pay. But does he get an item there? Apparently so many that he has to compare his items in his hand. And he says,
I think most of the time you'll pay full price for Scrooge. And I think that's totally fine. A 4/4 for 4 that basically draws a card is plenty good. You don't need it to be free.
Yes. The only time I saw it free is a Zan's deck over the weekend. I watched him during the Charlie's Collectible Showcase, and there's times where he had just like every item. And he's like, well, while I'm here, I might as well pay for free. But yeah, that's kind of a later game, more rare play here. But that's Scrooge, like you mentioned. He's a 4/4. He sings. He'll beat you down. He's a menace to this board in a lot of ways, which is kind of frustrating.
Right. Well, Fox would be pretty good here. You could quest for 1, play Fox, pick up Crab, take out the Flaversham.
So we see a quest, which was always a sign that something might be bounced.
Yeah.
You know it, you love it. Since set 2, she's been coming in and ruining your plans. It's that beautiful, beautiful fox who gets to survive, which is really great for her. Good for her.
Yeah, and does trade with the Scrooge, which is a big deal, obviously.
Yes.
Now, there's a way around that, of course. We could see the big old clock come down again and allow the Scrooge to trade favorably into this fox.
Yeah, he is an aged clock, which who wants to think about a clock aging? I don't, because that means the curse wasn't broken. Cogsworth stayed a clock and then he aged. And that's weird to think about.
You know, thinking about Cogsworth, like in Lorcana, is confusing to me because Cogsworth in the movie is quite small, but then in Lorcana is a 2/5 that gives things resist, which makes me think it's a really, really, really big clock. And I don't know.
Well, he's a grandfather.
Mentally.
He's a which means he's had children. So honestly, that clock is more problematic in any way we could ever think about because he's had children. They've had children. He's large.
I'm not sure how Disney it is to think about the clock having children.
Hiram has children. Yep, Disney movies have children and adults. So either way, we see that Scrooge McDuck do exactly what you said it would do: get resist and say, "Come here, you fucks! Take these flappers." Or whatever he says. So he is out. And
I believe that's exactly what he would say.
He did say, get out of me swamp. That's Shrek. Either way, he goes ahead and cleans up the board, which is the opposite of what Chad wants. Chad wants to have a wide board, and Chad has been denied and playing one character at a time. So I'm wondering if he's going to be able to go wide again, or if we're going to keep playing this spot game.
Like us, it's not that I think that it doesn't make sense for the character Cogsworth to give resist. It's that he's a clock. I don't know. What do you want from me?
I do appreciate that people, they're like, wow, they really talked about this Cogsworth thing. They're really hung up on different things. And the answer is, yeah, honestly, it's a problem. I can't stop thinking about it. It's a problem. But it makes sense because in Tragic Hero, he did not get saved. It's the sad beast because he's sad because he never got turned back. And then the clocks are aging. So we just need old Lumiere and old like teenage Chip coming soon in set 30.
Wow, I did not know that lore, but thank you.
Well, it's not lore, but I mean, that's what Bloodborne is sad about is, and like in this clock assumes that the curse wasn't broken. I'm just expanding. I'm reading between the lines. But we see Fishbone come down, which is something that you don't see. For a while, Fishbone was out, and now Fishbone's back in, baby, because we got crabs and we need to feed them. And as a result, we see a Fishbone going straight into a mysterious card. Oh, a Hiram. It's always Hiram, right?
Of course.
And hire him to go ahead and eat that Fishbone, but we might get it back for free later if we have a crab coming down in a turn. And then questing. We have a while, but we might see it. So yeah, Justice is having a much more comfortable run right now because every problem that a Steel deck has, they both have it. Only now he has a bigger problem because he has no characters because we just saw Genie get Zeused. So Justice feels good. He's got, 5 ink on the other side, but other than that, it's going to be hard to deal with his board in 1 or 2 turns on Chad's side.
Using the popsicle to heal the Scrooge. Interesting.
Makes me think a crab is coming.
Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, you had the Flaversham in place, so you could already sacrifice it, but I think the idea is just that you don't need any more cards, or at least not immediately, so may as well try to protect the cards we have in play.
So Chad's like, well, this is a bummer. I imagine. I can't hear him, but I think he's saying, I don't even know what you're going to do, but don't. Just going to put down Pete first off. First off, I'll say don't, and then I'll put down a Smee. Don't hurt him, please. Let me do something next turn.
Yeah, I don't think that turn's good enough. I think this one's slipping out of the Purple Steel's hands. Yeah,
Pete against the Steel deck is one of the more frustrating things because they can just do the song the next turn. And so that's why I guess we see him ink this Pete because, yeah, it's hard to time it. It's always it's not like Be Prepared where you feel it coming. It's more
right.
I totally agree. Band-Aid.
And, the stats on Pete, like at this point, Chad needed to be playing some big heavy-hitting threats, and Pete just is not that, unfortunately.
He can sing. He can sing Strength and he can sing Storm. It's one of the scariest things you can think about, but he'll do it.
Unfortunately, like with the Cogsworth in play, those are just not that threatening right now.
No. So we do see Crab, the happy as a clam, come down, and he goes and grabs a Fortisphere and some other card. Looked like a fishbone. It was a popsicle? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Of course it was.
Of course. It's his favorite. If he's not going to eat sheet metal, he better eat a popsicle.
Right.
So.
Have you eaten sheet metal before?
No, I am not Hiram Flaversham or a little garbage rat. It's not his fault. He's just resourceful. Have you ever eaten sheet metal? No,
That's
not yet. The day is young.
Myself too, if I was caught eating garbage, but
yeah, right. I'd be like, I eat popsicles. I don't eat the Fortisphere. Okay, I'm very elegant. Sometimes I eat fish bones. Sometimes I eat shields. Honestly, I'll eat anything. I'm a low class, 2-timing rat. Do I like Hiram? No.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. He's fine. I played with him once and it did feel good. I will say when you play with him, you're like, this is fun. But
it is really fun, especially against steel decks. You're like, wow, they just can't do anything. That's
you're like, I'll just keep getting cards. Is this judge? Should you call a judge on yourself?
This is right. This can't be right.
Oh, and so he's gonna get bodyguard, which is interesting because, like we just mentioned, he's a 1/6. So now we're saying you must go through mouse, which makes me think he's very happy with his hand. He's done drawing infinite cards, and
or has another Tamatoa.
Yes. So
yeah, I mean, it makes some sense, right? It's a 1/6, so it's got a really, really high willpower. Plus, it has resist from the Cogsworth. You get to protect your Cogsworth and allow your Cogsworth to quest, where otherwise you might have been scared to do so. I think it makes some sense.
Yeah. Sometimes I think about Fortisphere and I forget that it has the second benefit of bodyguard, but bodyguard can be very menacing, especially against, like you mentioned, Cogsworth. He's got ward, so you got to go through him, and these two are not going through him.
Yeah, for like the first 2 months of Fortisphere being legal, I thought it gave resist 1. It doesn't do that. That's not what it does.
No, but I didn't read it. I was like, whatever, feed it to the rat. That's I was like, that's what he does, right? But no, he does give bodyguard to the start of your next turn. But this is what he does need here. We do see the crab being able to pump that up to a 6-3, whatever. So he hits him for 5, and then he sends the Smee into it, which is enough to go ahead and take him down and only deal 1 to each of his characters. Still leaving Cogsworth and Scrooge sitting there, though.
Mm-hmm. Now, a fox could be good here, right? You play Fox, you could take out the Cogsworth if you have another one. That's probably the best thing Chad could do.
The best I can give you is a Benja that hits no items. How does that sound?
It is not great.
Especially because I think we know a dime is coming in next turn, which makes the Benja hurt a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because once that crab quest, we know he pulled a dime with that Scrooge. So that's going to be on the board. Now he can bounce. He's got bounce package. So, anything that's on the board can be right off the board as fast as it comes down. But we see he only has some number of cards in his hand. Let me see if I can see that.
It just feels like the slow burn of the aggro deck slowly falling behind the more controlling deck. You keep playing because you feel like, if I just get the perfect card turn after turn after turn, I'll be back in this game. But I'm a little bit worried for Chad here.
And there we see it. We see everyone's favorite dime. You'll know it.
Confidence with the dime lay down there. It's like slam that thing into play a little bit.
Now, a little tip for y'all is the dime is lucky because it's the first dime that Scrooge ever earned. And as of that, it made him obsessed with money. So why does he have a manor? Why is he obsessed with money? It's all because of that lucky dime.
Wow.
Yeah. I had to Google it.
Okay. Well, I mean,
because I was like, what the heck is this dime? And then I Googled
it. Was making it up.
Nope. It is his first dime he ever earned.
Wow.
I hope people aren't like, she's funny. No, this is real. Look at that.
In fact,
I just start screaming.
If you build a deck on Dreamborn in French and then translate it to English, Lucky Dime translates as fetish penny.
Fetish penny, oh God. I like numero uno. That's my favorite is in Italian. It's numero uno. Oh man. Have you ever eaten sheet metal? All right, whatever. It's gonna be fine. So we see another eclipsed card coming in here.
It looks like a Pete, maybe.
Pete and Smee. So he's saying, remember that time you did something kind of mean? I'm gonna do it now. And we didn't get to see the bounce Benja I was hoping for. So Lucky Dime is just diamond. Oh yeah, because he did go ahead and do some singing and songing and really just rubbing the salt in the wound against Chad and say, hey, what are you going to do with those 2 cards over there? And Chad's going, I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if I can do it because we got Lorthel on board.
When we talk about how clean and clear this board state is, it's not that bad except for the spot on Justice's side of the board that I can't see at all.
I know. Normally, I go on a rage or oh, there we go. Benja finally got to say, I'm going to get rid of a penny. Is it enough? No, but it's the start because we can see some challenging here. But right now he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he's got to clean something else up here. Likely the Cogsworth. But the Cogsworth you need to put 2 into. Unless that's okay. He's hoping for a song. He's like, well, let me get an unless. Although he did play Pete, so songs won't help here. So he definitely needs a fox or no, he's got ink. So I don't know what he's looking for. I don't know what
he's hoping for a miracle. That's kind of where we're at this point. He's hoping game 3 goes away.
Okay, yes. He says, well, actually, while I'm here, I'm going to put these dice away and let's shuffle. So, yeah, we saw exactly what Justice wanted, where Justice said, guess what? Everything you have, I have an answer for. By the time your board's wide, it's over. And, yeah, it's exactly what Justice wanted to do. But now we turn around and we saw in that last turn, he's running Maleficence, which means he can go very fast. He's running Calhoun's. We haven't seen those yet. So Chad has ability to do some pretty mean revenge here. And I'm very interested to see if he's able to pull it off because as we saw, once this aggro deck gets firing, you can't really catch up.
Yeah, I think if you're Chad, you want to like open on Maleficent and then have Justice not play Bell on turn 1 a third time.
That'd be great if he could stop doing that. So yeah,
a pretty ideal start.
Game 3, favorite game to go to. I'm going to send an amount in the chat that I worked hard on this afternoon and then realized, I don't know if I'm allowed to make it, but it is a really zoomed in Bolt's face. And this was me being very angry that something happened and all the bolts, everybody bought all the bolts enchanted and drove the price to 200. And I'm not over it.
You should have told me to wait to buy.
Yeah, you're like, I bought 4 play sets. I'm building Bolt Tribal and I really want to. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, I had a binder I wanted to fill, and I just figured 100 copies of Bolt would be ideal.
Yeah, people are like, I think maybe he's just really hard to pull, and I was like, I don't think that's the case. I think there's a conspiracy. So either way, but now we're gonna go ahead. I love it. It's a game 3. We see both of the star cards. A shout out to our producer. Oh, he's putting more graphics up. Luke has been working in the not Canva. He will not pay for Canva. So he's been working in whatever non-paid dojo that you edit stuff in. And he's made this very cool layout. So it's fun, I guess.
Let's speculate wildly on what Luke uses to edit. Do you think it's
I'm going to guess like paint. Yeah, we both guess paint because he's using whatever. He's like, I'm not paying for nothing. I think he's upset that I pay for Canva Premium. I told him, I was like, yeah, I think it's like $15 a month. And he's like, don't. Did you know you could do things without paying money? I was like, yeah, it's called crime. But either way.
There are plenty of good open source software options, I think. I'm told he uses GIMP.
Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is in the chat saying, I should sell the one I pulled. Here's the thing. It's not worth 200. You guys are dreaming. Lower that price right now. Oh my gosh. It's like the storms. People are like, oh, I'll put strength. I'm going to list my strength at $500. I'm like, stop it. You don't have to be like this. This is a choice. You woke up and did it and you shouldn't have because now I'm mad. And they're like, I don't think anyone's afraid of making me mad because I'm kind of mad all the time. But either way.
Yeah, it's not what I think about when pricing things. Like, how upset would Katie be with the price I've chosen? But
yeah, right. You're like, I'm going to put whatever price I want. And if we all do it, that's called the free market. I'm like, stop it. Give me that bolt. Give me that dog. Anyway, let's see. Is he going to get that dream opening?
If you're putting a price on it, it can't be a free market.
That's true. That's true. All right. So Luke is now trying to get referral codes for his open software GIMP. All right. So we didn't get our Maleficent, which would be very nice. But let's see if he gets his bell. Step 1 complete. Will he get his turn 1 bell? No. So finally, Chad's like, thank goodness I can breathe. Yeah. But that's kind of bad for Justice here.
For sure. I mean, you can't have it every game. It's not. It's just the way it works. It's hard to manipulate your hand before turn 1. So, yeah, we'll see what happens now when Chad kind of has a little bit of runway.
Especially this turn, he could go 2 more 1-drops and just make it really burn. But instead, he has a Smee, which is, still nice. Like you said, a Smee on the board. He's a 3/3. He's questing for 2. So we will see how the stabilization.
If Justice plays a Smee for his turn 2, the Smee doesn't even eat the Churnabox followers, which means the Churnabox followers can just continue questing. Obviously, it will trade for the Smee, but there's no value to be gained there. It's just a very good start, I think, for Chad.
Yeah, and we also see he's been doing a combo of a bell into a sail, and this time he's like, no, I have no bell, no sail. Time. Yeah, so it's just going to be he's behind compared to the other games, but we'll see if it gets out of control. We're going to have a couple turns here to be like, is this going to completely get out of control? We don't know, but it could very well. Oh, ICL's moving. Did it move? Okay. I thought I had. I think this is a nice place for it. That's classy. Classes up the place.
Does it?
I don't know. We're in game 3. So for anybody just tuning in, we are, it's a tie. As you can see, Justice and Chad both have the Victory Star card. But they're duking it out. We see him go ahead, quest of that Chernabog, turn it into a card, get a lore, turn that Smee sideways and say, hey, you want the Smee? You better work for it and bring your Smee over here. So let's see what Justice can do on his turn 3.
It's interesting. I wonder if Chad needed ink or something because, you don't have to pop the Churnabox followers there.
No, but maybe he is trying to do that dominant go wide strategy again. And
I guess possibly if you're like worried that Justice will play a popsicle to protect his Smee, but
yeah, it's tricky. I don't know. I think he hasn't had card draw yet, so it probably felt good to draw a card just because it's that like kind of thing where if you don't do it, then maybe they'll just do it to spite you and be like, I'm just gonna get rid of your
if you don't exercise the card drawing muscle every once in a while, you forget to do it.
Yeah, you're like, I'm supposed to quest and draw cards, and I'm just questing. It's weird. All right, so finally he got in a little bit of ramp here. And we're getting items, which means Hiram says, is that a buffet I smell? Which means he might be coming next turn. Maybe not. I don't know. So he said he called his bluff. He's like, I would happily trade my Smee for your stinky Smee over there.
Yeah, and, White Rose on turn 3 is not necessarily what the Purple Steel deck wants to be doing. I feel like cards like the White Rose tend to be better in the late game as finishers than they are as on-curve threats. It only quests for 1. It's a 3/3. Yeah, it's a good start, but
yeah, the engine could stall out here, depending. I mean, that's why I think maybe the card draw was something important because he doesn't seem to have a plan A right now, or be on his plan A. He's nothing to rush into. Yeah, so just kind of what's his next goal? Go wide or put out some bigger bodies, or neither? I guess I don't know what he has in his hand, or both. Big wide bodies. And draw a card. It feels good. Ink a Diablo.
All right. Genie, not bad.
No.
Justice has nothing you can use to sing along Game Zeus, which means that if Justice wants to remove the Genie, it'll have to be a hard cast Zeus, which is not so bad.
Yeah, because he's at 4 ink. With a Fishbone, he could get up to 6 this turn. So we'll see. All right, but he goes away. He's like, Hiram's got to eat, okay? I have a family. I'm trying to build a family, a board state.
Yeah, and I think, Hiram pairs well. You take a turn off here, but it pairs well with the Fishbone because now you can ink pretty freely. You don't have to worry so much about not having gas. The Purple Steel deck, not likely to take the Hiram off the board next turn.
No, yeah, it's still a little breathing room. The Scrooge is going into the inkwell here. And he'll go ahead and ink again. Why not? While I'm here, I might as well just really ramp.
Harlan says Justice has his work cut out for him in this one. Yeah, I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah.
It could be worse, but it's well, a Smee helps a lot here. I think getting just another threat on board, something that could potentially trade with the White Rose, something that would turn Cogsworth into a really strong play next turn.
Yeah, I'm hoping he doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I'm Justice, I'm hoping I don't see a Pete come down because I don't think he's going to want to let that genie be around for much longer.
Yep.
And that might just be the case if we see him time this Pete. Because I did say, I was like, well, it's hard to time Pete's against Steel. Well, it's not as hard if you have one thing that can only be removed one way and you want to protect it. In that case, then yeah, get that Pete out here. He's going to 5 and he's already at 6 lore and he's probably going to go to 9. Interesting. Calhoun comes out to say, I'm just going to menace. Menace me. So yeah, there's a wide and putting some pressure in wider. Why not? So the strategy paid off before, and we'll see. Like Harlan mentioned, you will have to work to deal with this board state now.
Yeah, I think the question is, does Chad have a way to gas up after this if some removal starts to come down? You know, the Calhoun, not always what you want in this matchup. You have to play because it's uninkable, but it does pair very well with Crab. Merlin Crab makes that Calhoun able to trade or to challenge very profitably into the Flaversham.
Yeah, and then we're getting to that point where even just running Calhoun into something just to get that 2 lore is still going to help. So he's going to need to turn his cards sideways, just as whether he's trying to draw cards, singing, he's going to have to, which means that Calhoun is that liminal 1 or 2 lore next turn. So I'm hoping he has some songs. Otherwise, it is going to be a tough time here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a draw 2 available, obviously, on board with this Flaversham. Plenty of ink with the Fishbone in play. Just all comes down to what's in the hand.
I know. And so Smee can't sing, but he definitely could. I don't think he'd want to trade with the Rose, but I don't think he has a choice at this point to whether what he wants to trade with or not. But maybe Cogsworth could change.
I was going to say Cogsworth. I mean, the ideal term was like Cogsworth plus Long Game Zeus on the genie, I think was
plan A.
Yeah, I mean, that was plan A for sure.
Yes, he's got 7 ink, so he could technically.
I think it might be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think.
All right, so Belle's gonna go ahead and yeet that Fishbone for free 50. I'm on the edge of my seat. What's he gonna do?
Not even Justice knows what he's gonna do.
I know Justice is like, you tell me. Smee is not what I expected. Or no, what is that? Is that Smee? Yeah. Didn't expect that, but that is.
Yeah, that's not good. I feel like that bodes poorly if that's the first play he came up with.
Well, strength. Strength does make that.
That's true.
That's
if you get another character, then strength.
Okay, things are stabling a little bit, and then not. At least GD's gone. But oh, and that's. Oh, and he doesn't want to have to feed the. Okay. So it will be hard to feed the Calhoun unless we see a crab or a fox, or rather, I guess like he could throw Smee in there too.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that bad to throw the Smee there. You know, you get 2 lore instead of potentially 3 if you quest it with them. But taking the Flaversham off the board when your opponent has 1 card in hand, not so bad, I think.
Yeah, they're both kind of stalled, but if they're both stalling, then at least Chad is up 8 lore at this point. So. It might be what he needs to do to take the gas out of Justice's tank, unless he has a crab. And that 1 card is a crab in hand, then that could get bad, but we'll see.
Looking like a quest for 3.
All right, so we are seeing the work start here. Fox seeding the damage into for 4, and then I'm sure Calhoun.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense.
And then another Smee. It's just Smee City.
Well, I mean, it's the same Smee. But if one Smee makes a Smee City, then yes.
Well, well, there was Smees over there. He had 2 Smees. There was Smee there, you know. Too many Smees for my liking. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then technically 6. So I mean, he needs to deal very desperately with the board state across from him. But he's got a few answers, not great ones. He just has 2 3/3s on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine. They trade with things.
All right, so we got happy as a clam. Let's get some items back. Let's see what we can get here. Chad has 1 card in hand, as far as I can tell.
The votes are in, and apparently the new layout is approved.
Yes, the council. It's great. That'd be funny. What was the other option? Now I gotta know.
It's awful.
Mid, but better. Old is better. 0% said that, but 1 person said it's mid, but it's a little bit better. So I like that.
It truly is mid in the sense that the icon is now in the middle of the screen.
It is. The ICL icon is mid. All right. So we get 2 popsicles. We get another bell. So he's going wide. He's getting answers for this wall of characters. But will he go ahead and do some challenging here is the next question. I mean, he has to. So
Yes.
yeah, he has to. It'd be funny. He's like, and pass. I feel pretty good. He did it. Okay, yes. So he is going to go ahead, let that Diablo hang around and see if he can survive 1 more turn here.
Yeah, 17 lore is just high enough that the blue steel player, even if the stabilization occurs, the blue steel player will have to close out the game really quickly. Otherwise, the goats are in there. They're
always at the top too.
The cobras are in there. It's just it's so hard to keep them from getting the last couple lore.
Yeah. So he says, well, first off, let me go to 17. So let me just let you know that I'm at 17. And then second, let me stress you out with every single card I draw from this point forward. That's the next thing he's going to do. Because yeah, like you said, he could maybe survive this turn. I mean, he can probably, but then can you survive as many turns as it takes to get up 19 lore? That's
it's tough. It's tough.
So Smee's down, Smee's back, which then makes the math even worse because now he has to deal with 2 uprights and 1 sideways that lets him draw a card, which will be a goat. That's the way it works.
Of course. Just when you think you're out of it, then they draw the goat.
All right. This is when I get to put my favorite icon of panic. Because yeah, it's not impossible, but it's certainly feeling rough. So he pays 4 for hire. Is that what that is? No, that was a crab.
That's another crab. Yeah.
All right. So it's crab party. It's crab salad.
That's not what you want. You know, Justice has not drawn a lot of removal this game. I feel like every turn we're like, well, we hope he has.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you could remove something. And he's like, I don't have that. Can I just not remove? Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, Smee's probably public enemy number 1 here. But yeah, it's a frustrating thing because we know he has 1 card in hand. We know he's going to draw a card next turn, and then he likely wants to get rid of that Diablo. So it's just frustrating that every card he draws is just getting him closer to this, quantum goat that just is always menacing.
Right. Yeah. Goat. Just any other redraw gets him closer to goat. The White Rose, Cobra. Yeah, I
know. It's just like, let's just name all the things. I mean,
it's so hard to get out of this.
Yeah.
To start.
So he gets to draw 1 more card here, and then that snake will get to be by herself. But, that's the sound I make. About what is going to be what he draws, because we knew he just drew 1 card. Now he's about to draw 1 more. And
yeah, 18 more really is scarier than 17. 17.
It is. He's like, is that the cobra? Is that the confidence of a man with a cobra? No, it's a confidence of a man with a Pete, which is kind of like a cobra, but a different card and not a cobra. And he just goes wide and says, don't do any more removal, even though we have seen that Justice has not been doing that. So that is game, right? I mean, there's no way.
I believe so.
It was just put his dice away. Well, no, he's not done. He's not. Yeah, he's done. Okay. Well, that's, yeah. And that is the fun and pain of 1 drops just going bleh with a P. So, all right. I guess we're going to go interview them and see kind of how that felt. So let's go ahead and get in there. All right. So are you guys able to hear us?
Yep.
Okay, so that is a win for you, Chad. Now that you were doing Amethyst Steel stuff in there, and I'm sure Justice was having a lot of fun over there. Justice, how did you feel in this matchup? Was this kind of something that you feared, or is this a matchup that you normally can navigate differently? Just tell me how that went for you.
This is a matchup that I play a lot. It's a very popular deck at my locals and with my sort of primary testing partners. And I think it went fairly reasonably. Game 3, if I'd just seen the bell a bit earlier, to have that established singer on like an earlier turn. But I inked a Cogsworth with the Quill that probably was a mistake. I wasn't respecting the Calhoun that I hadn't seen in games 1 and 2. And so I think I let that one slip a little bit. Probably could have played a slightly closer game 3, but otherwise, it was all in all fairly standard stuff, right? When Blue Steel sees its songs, it's fairly happy into this matchup and its bells. And then when it's on the play, it's like a freight train, right? There's no stopping it.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the stabilization. I mean, you were very dominant in game 2, so we can definitely see, like you said, when you get those songs, the deck is singing, as they say. Bandable, what kind of questions do you have about this, his play, or do you want to dig into the Steel Sapphire deck?
No, I mean, I think that we saw that it's a lot more challenging when you don't have Bell on turn 1 in that game 3. And yeah, we kept thinking that, what Justice needs to get out of this is to like challenge down a character and sing a song with his other character to, gain some tempo. And it just never really happened. You had the strength the one turn, but you had to hardcast it. And yeah, it was just a uphill battle, it looked like, in that last game.
But we did have a winner here. So Chad, has this been a deck that you've been playing for a while? I mean, the deck list hasn't changed a ton between sets. It just said, hey, you want some more lore game? I got you a Cobra. So tell me a little bit about your deck list and how you landed on it.
Yeah, I really liked Cobra since I've seen it released. Just how good it is against Ruby, and then you can even use it for late game lore gain. So I've been playing it since the set came out. Been looking at various top lists. I seen a list that won the Memorial event in Texas that I thought was really well built against Sapphire specifically. It runs all genies instead of rabbits and 3 Benjas. So I really enjoyed that list and thought it had a better matchup into the 60% of the field that is Sapphire right now. So yeah, just been playing that mostly.
You can definitely see the value generating where you just get that pressure of the opponent's just like against a clock of like, I'll just keep gaining lore whether you like it or not. So I'm sure it's fun to play, but probably not fun to be against.
Yeah, I think a lot of the meta is really strong for whoever's on the play right now, and as long as they hit their line that they're anticipating, it's really hard for the opponent to come back if they're hitting their line.
Well, I will say apologies. We did briefly put Select Pew one up there. It goes to the space and back, the connection. But we have the right winner here. Cerberus does take home the win.
Luke.
Listen. We all have ADHD here. That's actually how you get to be in the ICL. Is you have to have diagnosed ADHD. But either way,
it's awkward that this is how I'm finding out.
Yeah, that's actually sometimes how we diagnose people. We're like, hey, do you want to come host with us? And then we're like, we have something to tell you while you're here. But congratulations. That was a very, very good match. And we got to see both decks do what they do best. So just, one going first kind of helps with aggro decks we see. So thank you both. Before we say goodbye, shout outs. So we'll start with you, Justice. Do you have any shout outs, hellos, goodbyes, anything you want to say?
Shout out for my team, the Dudley Boys. Always testing with them, get a lot of this matchup experience, and shout out to Rip and the rest of the Select Few team. We'll see if they can bring it back in games 2 and 3.
I imagine they got to get justice for justice.
Absolutely.
And on to you, Chad. Winner, Zycon, right? That's like your cool, not necessarily your cool name, but like,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Any shout outs you got?
Tag that I came up with when I was 13.
We all have that. We have to have that carried with us as millennials. Is like we're like, I did this and now I live with it. So
That's our baggage. Yeah.
I random name generated something when I was 13, and now it's branded on me for the rest of my life.
Perfect.
But yeah, shout out to everybody on the Cerberus Den team and in the Cincinnati, Ohio area. Lorcana kind of died out for a little bit, and it's just recently started to spring back up in some new locations. So really excited that the local scene's starting to grow again.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I think I love it. And the minute nobody shows up, they're like, Lorcana dead, ? Tweet. So I'm good on you for not doing that and just keeping going, because that's my favorite tweet of all time that people do. So thank you both. Congratulations, Cerberus Den and to Chad. So that's going to be it for me and Derek / Bannable. For some reason, I thought your name was, like your government name was Bannable. It's not, but that's okay.
Oh, can you imagine?
I mean, I don't know. I thought that Artabax's name was Artabax, and then he's like, I have a name, and I'm like, you know what? This makes sense. I should not believe what I read on the internet, but
now I understand why Katie is so fixated on the cool name versus government name.
Yes, because I just believe that's your name. I'm like, yeah, that's your name. Someone would do that probably. Well, we're gonna find out. Red Rose's first name isn't Red Rose next, but before we do that, where can we find you, follow you, in your Lorcana journey?
I don't know. On Twitter, I keep saying I'm gonna bring my YouTube back, and I swear to God I am. I have a video that I just have not gotten out. It's gonna be so late now when I finally do it, but it's coming back. So YouTube, X, the Everything app,
yeah,
everyone's favorite platform for good discussion. I don't know. That's mostly it. Discord, the Maelstrom Discord server.
Yeah, you're on Maelstrom and you're there dropping kernels of truth on people, and yeah, it's great. So
truth bombs, and they hurt. I'm sorry.
It's right below this. So if you want to join the Discord, it's right below this video that you're watching right now. And then yeah, we'll have my social will be in the chat. I'm sure he's gonna drop it in there. You'll find me. I'll be back probably, maybe tonight, maybe next time. Either way, we're gonna go ahead and introduce our next round. We have two amazing hosts. One that has a shinier head than the other. It's JDZ Quest and Red Rose that are here to cast the second round. So, bye.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. It is time to get active. That's a tough act to follow.
Always. But I think you and I are up to the task. We're going to do our best. Happy to be back with you, sir. I feel like I just saw you earlier.
I know. It feels like we just did this exact same thing before, Rudros. And we had a great time at the LCCCCCC. And now we're back at the ICCCCL. And another fantastic matchup against the Cerberus Den versus the Select Few. The Select Few came out. They've been popping off a little bit. I thought they would come out to an early lead, but I guess we were wrong, as Justice, one of their stronger players, kind of goes down early in that round number one. Did you watch that match? What did you think about that? How'd you feel that thing went down?
Yeah, it seems similar to what we saw earlier in the LCCCCCC, was that winning the die roll and going first, very potent, right? The person who got to go first won every game. And especially, that's always one of the dangers of a purple deck, or an amethyst deck in particular, is that it has all this instant lore. So not only do you have to find a way to like challenge the characters to keep them from getting lore, a lot of times they go, all right, well, boop, instant lore anyway. So it's very dangerous when you're going second against a deck like that can just pull ahead so quickly.
I fully agree. I think somehow, some way in this new set 7, I believe the play draw disparity has gotten worse somehow. I thought at first it would kind of close the gap a little bit with all these powerful cards, but it seemed like these players can get to their spots so much more aggressively and set up, and it just steamrolls super fast now. So we'll see. Maybe we can get that to turn around, as if you don't know, in the ICL, if you get to go first, if you win the first round, you're going to be on the play. If you lose the first round, you're going to be on the play the next round. So the Select Few will have an advantageous position going on into this round number 2, as we have Street excuse me, we have Street versus Dank Puff. I think Dank Puff is, I can't remember their real handle, but we'll see what they have going on. I have the deck list available. I'm sure you have them too. We don't spoil too much, but just looking at these decks, who do you think is going to be at the advantage position?
Man, so I want to still stick with my guess from earlier, Select Few, because I want to rock the Pikachu, but I don't know. I always feel like there could be a trade-off too. So I'm gonna predict Cerberus for this round.
Okay. Picking Cerberus. I think I might have to lean on Select Few on this one just because, like you said, they are going to be getting to go first. And it is just so powerful to go first in this game. It is just obnoxious almost. But it is what it is. And I think the best players, and whoever can curtail their deck, or if you can add cards to your deck that are designed to go second, there's not very many of them. But if you can figure out a way to go second, maybe do some Floodborne stuff or some shift sing type stuff to kind of take some of that tempo back. I don't know. Maybe that could be something that people could start experimenting with as we get deeper and deeper into this set 7. But it looks like the players are ready to go. I'm ready to go. Hopefully you're ready to go. And everyone out here on a Wednesday ICL, let's turn it up one more time. I'm trying to follow Banimal. Banimal's way too cool. I can't be that cool. Katie's way too cool. I can't be that cool either. We got to rip the knobs off, dude. I can just turn it up. And that's all I know how to do. I mean, I don't know.
But hey, you're the best at being JDZ, and that's what we got you here for. So we'll bring our energy to this.
We'll try. And you're the best Ridge that I know. I mean,
shucks. Thank you.
How old are you, by the way?
Ooh, good question. How old do you think I am?
I
won't be insulted. You can guess whatever you want.
I'd say 38.
Very good. Very close. I actually just turned 37 this year.
You don't look a day over 36, man. I know.
Thank you. I was going to say for you don't look a day over 22. So
hey, we nailed it. I'm actually 23. So there you go.
Are you really? Wow.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I
was like, God, I feel old.
There you go. We are just old. Okay, but it looks like the players are locked in and laser focused and ready to go, as are we. So if we are ready, if production is ready, I'm ready. You all at home are ready. So get your popcorn ready and let's see what it's going to be as we got Marcos versus Street. Street is going to be on your right and Marcos is actually going to be on your left. So we have the Select Few is going to be on your left and we have the Cerberus Den on the right. Starting this thing off, as I stated before, the Select Few will be taking the play. Assuming, unless you're just wild. Sometimes you're wild like that.
Yeah, right. That's something I would love to see in the game eventually, though, right? There should be times that you should want to go second, that you go, and actually, I'm going to go second this game. But sadly, currently, there's no reason to not take first.
And I don't know what they would do. Shout out to the game developers who set all this stuff up and have to try to figure out a way to keep these games balanced and under control. But I don't know what it would take in order to get a little bit more priority on going second. I don't know if they could draw an additional card or do some type of I don't know what it is to just keep the game balanced and still have a good time with it. So we're going to be on our way as it looks like the Dank Puff holding that beast match, staring down another Cerberus Den. We're going to hit a nice quick altar. We got a couple cards we're setting off to the side before we get this round number 2 started.
And just to confirm, Dank Puff, is that Marcos?
Dank Puff is Marcos. That is correct.
And Street's on the other side. All right.
Street, yeah. The stream we're seeing is going to be inverse, so it might cause our brain to get busted a little bit because the stream is reverse from what we're actually seeing. Just gotta rock with it.
Roll with it. And
watch this. They'll switch. Here it is.
Exactly. Now it's gonna be. They're gonna come back in different positions.
Oh, we got Cerberus. I've been pronouncing it wrong. It's actually not. It's Cerberus. Yeah, we cleared that up after in the beginning show, the pregame show.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Pre-show to the pre-show.
So it looks like we got some altars underway, and it looks like we got some little shuffling coming in, getting ready to go. The players are just doing their formal greetings, a little bit of table vibes. As you often do, a little bit of pre-game table banter. Some of my favorite parts of Disney Lorcana, going to a tournament, sitting down and having a little pre-game conversation, a little preamble, I call it. A little preamble as well, about how the match went. And you go about your way.
While we're waiting, I'll ask you. So what's your favorite deck? Like, what's your favorite ink color combination you like to play?
I play so many decks, but it was blue steel, but now I'm kind of off of it. You're
like, hey, I was doing that before it became popular.
I was underground. I like to do it when it was cool, when it was a 3% of the field, when it was a 4% of the field kind of deck. That's when I really enjoyed blue steel. But now everyone's doing it. I'm kind of off of it now. We ink the giant Cobra, showing that we got a little bit of purple steel. That's the downside of those dual ink cards. You show both your colors immediately. Yeah. As we also reveal the Diablo. How about you? What are you playing these days?
Ruby Amethyst is always my baby, but man, feels like it's been pretty tough this meta, and I haven't figured out a version that I really, really like. So I tried some Steel Song last night. Didn't feel that. So I'm very much in the figuring out phase right now. Is this going to be a rematch as we see Sapphire go into the Inkwell, show me a Fortisphere? Well, there's a popsicle, basically a Fortisphere.
Okay, so the other color is still at large right now. So we got purple steel versus sapphire something, and I think that ruby sapphire, ruby amethyst, we saw had some term of success over the weekend, and another deck I think I
Yeah.
saw had some. So it can be back. That deck is never going to be completely out of the game. I
No,
think.
not at all.
As we ink the library, bring the snake back for a patent pending snake deployment. So you got your 3/3 out on 2 as we stare down a popsicle, kicking it back on over to street. What is the other color? Is it sapphire or is it steel or maybe it's emerald? Stay tuned to find out.
It's still sapphire. We're actually just playing mono sapphire. We're gonna keep everyone guessing until the end. Maybe there'll be like one card that's an alternate color, and there's a
And
sale. It's still mono sapphire.
it could be blurple. It could be blurple. Get your guesses in. What do you think it is? As we're going to sell the Azurite Sea. Maybe this is going to be your second ink opportunity. Doing a very good job concealing your second color by playing another
Still mono
popsicle.
sapphire,
So
and
we
we
got
inked the Tipo.
6 cards deployed, all sapphire so far. So Dank Puff, aka Marcos, is going to have to continue to figure out what this strategy could be. Could be steel, and it could be ruby, or it still could be emerald as well.
Street probably feeling pretty good about this opening too. Not only did he get to hit his ramp, and he's got 2 popsicles on board. His opponent, snaked back his 1-drop, so he's taken off some of the lore pressure. So he's getting more time to answer any threats he might put out. As we ink a,
what is that? Is that
Hero? What is that card?
That is a magic carpet.
Oh, it is magic carpet.
It is
wow.
magic
Okay.
carpet. 1/3 quest for 3 and nothing else. Just getting loose. Checking out the flavor text on that card. It says carpets always come through for us before he won't let us down now. There it is. It's like microscopic though. I mean, I can't read that, but there it is.
Well, Marcos could have jammed it out that turn and decided, nah, it's not worth it. I'd rather build a library.
And it's not evasive though. I thought that carpet was evasive. I guess that was
I think we're thinking of the original one that like it moves people to locations. I believe that one is evasive, but yeah, that version is sadly not.
Very interesting technique. I guess he just wanted in there for a quest for 3 guy. Very, very interesting indeed. As we're going to kick it back on over to Street, who's going to jam the Grandma Tala in there. So really indicating that this could be the Ruby Sapphire strategy. We did see some Sapphire still playing some Grandma Tala earlier on. I know Artifacts plays Grandma Tala, and also the Muses based decks and the green and emerald decks do play Grandma Tala. So still at large, not confirmed 100% what the second color is.
Yeah, well, and he inked a Fishbone Quell. So again, he really is just playing mono sapphire. We're gonna be waiting till the end of the match, and then like, no, yeah, it's just all blue cards.
That'd be wild. I would love the tenacity bringing a single color to an event like this. As we are going to continue on. Excuse me.
The library, of course, will get us 1 lore, and we can freely move that snake in there if we're worried about it getting banished. This is also a really good turn to just set up a genie, which is evasive. Oh, we actually have a nice 1-drop Maleficent Biding Her Time with Diablo, potentially going to move both of these cards into the library. Say, hey, we don't know what your other color is, but if you have any kind of song or anything else, I'm at least going to get extra card draw off of these.
And if it is green, you can go for the Muses here and start bouncing those cards back to the hand and setting that whole thing up. This would be a good time to do that.
Yeah.
If not, we'll see what you got, man, because now you're going into your 5th ink turn. Maybe you might be reluctant to take some time off to start singing this How Far I'll Go if it is a card that you have in your hand. So interesting turn. Maui would be quite strong here if it is that Ruby.
Yeah, I think this is the longest I've seen without. There it is. Okay, the Ruby. I was like, he put 4 in the inkwell, 3 cards to the field, and a sale. So 8 cards we saw before we saw the second color. That's pretty wild. And it is that Maui. You called it, DK. You called it, JDZ. And there goes the library. No reading allowed in this zone.
Just like that, the hero to all, such a great card since day 1, still being played all the way in set 7 and having a tremendous impact. Coming out rush 6/5, you love to see it. And Marco's not caring at all, just questing right into the face of this hero to all. Maybe we'll get some bounce activity here. Bring out the Fox, perhaps, and let's get loose into this grandma. Maybe get some trades in, and it looks like you will do just that.
We could even send, it would cost us both of our Madam Mims, but we could send these into the Maui to maybe just try to reduce some of that attack power that our opponent has, our strength. But of course, you are giving up multiple characters. So what would you prefer? Would you rather do the one-on-one trade for the Tala?
Yeah, I take the one-on-one now and just get it done, because Grandma Tala, I mean, you still could sing with Maui, but I'd rather just get the grandma off, go 1 for 1, going 2 for 1 on actually going 3 for 1 on a Maui just feels miserable because he already got the value from the library. I'd rather just let him do his thing, and I'll come after him later. Maybe you can get a nice timely storm or fire to Kansas or something off the top, and then take him out after he comes after the snake or the Diablo or something like that.
Well, it seems like Marco's agreed because that's exactly what he did. Now challenging the Maui. Maui can, of course, safely go into the Diablo if he doesn't want to take any return damage, potentially fearing that kind of ping effect from an action or song. Or he can hit the snake as well if he's not worried about that. Or even better, as we know these Ruby Sapphire players like to do, hey, you just sing how far I'll go and you just keep ramping your game as well.
And just keep it moving. And Maui's showing why he's the linchpin of one of these of this Ruby Sapphire strategy, being able to do so much, being so versatile, being able to challenge, control the board in the interim while you set up your late game stuff. Fantastic design. Straight holding this deck together. The glue that holds this deck together, I think it goes through Maui. A lot of people might not agree with that, but that's how I feel about it. As we are going to go ahead and ink 2, we'll set up the coil as well.
Could be potentially setting up for a Sisu turn next play. Granted, the only thing that we really need to lower the strength of currently is the snake, but this also means I don't believe we've inked yet for turn. So now Maui can safely go into something like the snake without really taking any downside, which I'm assuming is what we're going to target. Would be very strange if we targeted Diablo here.
That'd be too funny. That'd be another Chad move, I would think. Just targeting Diablo, and we will go ahead and we have the Scrooge McDuck. Wow, Ruby Sapphire bringing out the McDuck. You don't see that too often in the build. I like to see the tenacity right there, putting the 4 items exerted, playing the Scrooge McDuck, and you have 2 tremendous beat sticks on the board. And Maui and Sapphire Coil, that's another synergy that a lot of people don't talk about, because now this Maui is going to be able to go plus. So he's took down the library. We're going to take down the snake. We're probably going to take down a couple other characters and just plus. It's a mess.
Yeah, it's looking really good. A 4/4 body is good as is, but especially when you don't have to pay for it, hey, that just makes it all the better. We even got the Vitalosphere, so if he really, really wants to, he can use it on this Scrooge to take out 2 of these characters. He probably doesn't need to, but it is an option for him.
Yeah, I think you're totally content on just keeping that Vitalosphere loaded, ready for the next threat, because this deck can get away from you sometimes if they can quest, get up to 17, 15, 16 mark, as we're just going to take out the Diablo. Just like you drew it up, and we're going to pop the Vitalosphere and take out the snake as well. So very comfortable position for Street here, as your position is kind of falling apart for Dank Puff. You're trying to salvage this space. I don't know how you do it. You've been drug out into deep water and you have not secured your footing just yet. So it seems like this one is all but cooked, as you have the 4 ink and only just a few cards left in hand.
Yeah, locations aren't going to do much for you here, as we have 2 very strong characters on the other side. One thing he can do is essentially try to protect his characters through a bounce method. So you can quest with this Maleficent, bounce it back with a snake or fox. And as long as you aren't exerting your characters, then you can kind of just slowly get that lore total creeping up and force your opponent to have to use some actual spot removal. And a goat is another good way to do that, as it's going to guaranteed get us at least 2 lore.
And that is very, very true. Because looking over, I did talk about how vulnerable this spot is, but looking over at the lore, it's 0, and you're not representing any questing power. We know there are a lot of items here, and you can Tomato a dime and get there expeditiously. But it's right now you're sitting at 0, and you're kind of climbing up a couple of cobras, a couple of bounces on these goats, a couple quest type thing. You can just get right back into it. As Hiram Flaversham is coming in, grabbing 2 more cards from the deck.
Absolutely. I wonder if man, it would be fun to see something like the new Ruby Sapphire Dual Ink Bell come down, as she works really well with items, but we may also just be running things like the Tamatoa package, potentially a Lucky Dime as well, to try and close out games that way.
I know some people experimented with that new 9-drop Bell, the shift one, very early on in the set, and I really haven't seen much reports coming from it having like any tournament success, and that's a shame, because I think that card is cool enough to be played on a more consistent level. As we are going to go ahead and Sapphire Coil do its thing, brawl the goat. You hate to see it. And
that's the power of that coil, GD. Like a brawl taking out a goat just made my insides hurt. Like as an Amethyst player, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not supposed to happen. This has 4 strength. I should be safe.
It seems so unnatural to have that be the timeline that we're living in, that you can take out a goat, and this Maui has gone plus ultra at this point, just clearing so many cards, and he's still on the board. He came on turn 5, took over this entire game, and just been a fixture of this board since then. And it looks like we're going to be trapped here at 12. Any character or anything you put onto the board can just get coiled right up out of there. Hiram is now questing and gaining cards. It seems like a daunting. We're going next here.
Yeah, when I've played some of my Emerald decks lately, I've actually really favored cards that have ward just so they can avoid things like the Sapphire Coil, so that at least they have to like challenge into them with something like this Maui, and they can't just go, nope, the moment you put it down, I'm just going to remove it from the field.
Yeah.
And it's never going to feel good when you have to spend most of your turn hard casting a friends on the other side.
What do you think about Sapphire Coil as a card design? Oh, we got something here.
All
That's
right,
a little
okay.
bit of gathering wisdom and knowledge. So you're just going to try to just do this the iron way, the hard way, just hard cash your way to victory, play to your outs. If you got that card, I don't know, a few more times, play 3 more of those, and you're out of here.
Yeah, and Marcos did ink a friends on the other side, so I don't know if he was starved for ink or maybe realized I don't need more card draw. I kind of have what I have in hand, so maybe he can get there off the back of that. To answer your Sapphire Coil question, I always found Ice Block very frustrating, and again, kind of the theme of Sapphire over these sets is it just got more consistent, right? So now they just have an inkable version of Ice Block that, man, -2 versus -1. Oh, what a difference it makes! It's brutal to play against.
And it's not once per turn. And
there's no limit to it.
I think that was a bit of an oversight. I think they might have fumbled the ball on that one. It should have been a hard once per turn, maybe not inkable, and it would have been okay. But I think that the fact that you can how far I'll go into it, you can Fishbone Quill into it, you can sail into it, and it does too, and you could just it's a bit problematic in my opinion. But you can't. I mean, it's just again power creep. We had this conversation earlier about power creep. I personally enjoy a little bit of power creep. I like when they just make broken cards. It just helps the game, continue to grow, I think. But I think that card might be a little too much, too fast, too soon, and it's going to be causing a lot of problems.
And it pairs so well with the red removal as it just puts them in the strength. Again, normally a Brawler, a baby Sisu doesn't get rid of it, as we got a happy as a clam coming down, getting ready to pull back 2 of those popsicles from our discard pile. Holy moly.
Yeah, that is how it goes sometimes. I think, and back to the Sapphire Coil thing. I think had it been Amber Coil and if they switch, if Amber Coil becomes Sapphire Coil and Sapphire Coil becomes Amber Coil, we don't have a problem. Just because it's a Sapphire card. Had it been an Amber card, I don't think it's that, because Amber has those abilities as well.
Yeah, it would have
fit
strength.
fine. It does. It would have fit fine in the Amber color group, and I think would have boosted that color to a level that I think having Sisu and Amber and having Brawl and Amber with Coil, I think that could be some really creative fun decks, and it would have been fine. But I think just being in Sapphire just might be a bit too much, in my humble opinion.
Well, we touched on that earlier with our kind of pregame show. As we do get the Cobra coming down, are we going to discard the card for 2 lore? Still deciding that. We could also banish the Broom first for the draw if we really want to.
Yeah.
But we were talking about in the pregame show that, hey, if they're going to push stuff, I want them to push all of it. So giving Sapphire another tool definitely feels a bit egregious.
Absolutely, especially with so much stuff that had given on a set. But maybe they'll just do that as a rotational thing. Like every set, they'll just identify one color and just boost it. And the next set, they'll find another color and they'll boost that one and just keep it going. As we are going to discard the fire the cannons. We'll gain 2, and then we'll pop that broom. What do you got?
Yeah, I think this is Amethyst Steel's really only way to claw back into this at this point, is that they need to just get this instant lore. I don't know if the deck on the left is running a Pirate's Life. That is also going to feel really depressing. If we're like, man, when you're just struggling for it, it's like that meme where the guy's like reaching for something and then the other figure comes and pulls it back. You're like, I'm so close. I'm right there to 20. And then, actually you're at 16. Actually you're at 14. Oh, no, you're at 12 and you're losing.
Just right down there by the leg, just pull you down and drag down to the grave. It's so sad. It's such a sad moment because you've been here before. Like everyone who's ever played this game, Disney Lorcana, has been in this spot before where you're sitting at 16 and you lost, but you got to keep trying because it's just like you're chasing the dragon. You're chasing the dragon. I'm close, baby. I got 16. I can draw it. I'm right there.
Which is so funny too, because right, a card like Pirate's Life is this Flaversham's going to go in quest, banish popsicle, draw 2. Pirate's Life, when it came out, no one even played it, and so it was kind of just ignored. And now it's gotten to that point where it's flipped, and I'm like, is this card broken? I don't like playing against this card.
Does it need to be banned? Honestly, it's funny you mentioned that, because we're talking about Sapphire Coil and some of the things we don't like. That is one of my favorite aspects of Disney Lorcana, is that one day it's bulk. And the next day, it's the best card that you've ever seen, and it can happen overnight. Like you said, that's a great, perfect example. And sometimes if they print out a nice Floodborn card, all your previous cards are coming back into play.
Mm-hmm.
They print a card that's abusing all these items. People are deep diving their bulk, looking at all their items because they all come back into play. I've seen so many Shields of Arendelle being played. I've seen so many Last Cannons coming up. I've seen Scepter of Arendelle. I'm like, dude, all these bulk items are just back. As we are going to go ahead and shift to Sisu. Yeah, this game is.
And there's another example, that Sapphire Coil, right? You're thinking, I've got a 4/4. Surely that's safe from most of this. Nope. Coil says, actually, you have a 2/4, so my Sisu can banish it now.
Oh, yeah, by the way, my Sisu is going to quest for 3 as well.
Yeah.
And insane. Okay. I mean, mistakes were made. We understand. And, you know, it's sad as this Maui is still posted up on the field. He has been there for so long. He is a fixture at this current moment. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and continue to play on. We'll bring out
there's one.
This is my family. Okay.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Hold up. Let him cook. Hold up. Let him cook.
All the characters in the world don't mean anything if you have that instant lore gain.
Let's go. Hold up. Maleficent.
Okay.
We got 2 coming in.
Not quite as impressive, but
Snake bounce.
Okay, Snake. Ooh, it's kind of a shame we can't jam the Maleficent out, because that does at least represent, you know, a victory condition that your opponent has to at least get rid of it. Not that that's usually difficult for red blue to do, but.
And what is how much lore is being pressured from Street side of the board?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on board.
Okay,
so we'll go to 14.
You might have to continue to clear this Snake. I think you gotta, if you have it, you can't just quest and let him chill, because you'll get into that 18 and then Cobra can defeat. So this game is actually not over. You can, because you have enough ink to Gathering Wisdom, and I think you have enough cards to gather some wisdom and deploy a Cobra next turn, I believe, if you can draw those cards. So this game is not complete, as we got another Sisu coming in, doing his thing, just raining Sisus. And we're going to go ahead and quest a Hiram as well. We'll go ahead and get another 2 cards to the hand and just refilling. Oh, such a mess. Hate to see it.
This is game 1.
This is still game number 1. Ruby Sapphire, these games kind of drag on a little bit. And thank you for the chat, everyone out there throwing your Z's about Ruby Sapphire. People don't like to watch the Ruby Sapphire. I know you don't, Rudros. We've had this conversation before. You're not a Ruby Sapphire enjoyer yourself.
And my locals is like flooded with them. So it's also an oversaturation thing where I just have to see it so much. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Like, I'm tired of seeing this.
I'm tired. I'm tired, Grandpa.
I'm tired, man. Yeah, I'm just tired. I don't want to see it anymore.
Oh, it's so good though, right? I mean, people want to win, and if you want to win, you got to play the good stuff. And it is just, this is the best stuff.
If Marcos wants to win, he needs to draw "This Is My Family" immediately into Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, because I'm pretty sure he's only got 1 card in hand. We know it's the Maleficent. That's not going to do it.
He had 2. I thought he had 2.
Does he? Oh, maybe he does.
2 cards in hand.
Okay, you're right. I think he does have 2.
So he's got 1 Maleficent. If 1 is Cobra, and off the top you have Gathering Wisdom, you win the game right here. Here it is. You have outs if you have them. Here it is. Slam it 1 time. Oh, we're grabbing that ink super quick. We're getting it ready, and we're piling up to go to game 2. I think.
Yeah,
we didn't get there. Wait, hold up. We're counting. We're counting up. Is this BM? Is this BM?
Are we just doing it before we even declare?
Oh, is this BM? What's happening here?
He's not even going to show the cards. Just flex back. I got it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I got it. GG. And we're just going to get up out of here. Yeah, we're going to grab that ink, and we're going to pack it up for a game.
We leave it like this for a minute.
Game does come to a screeching halt there, as it's going to be a GG1. It looks like we're starting to pack everything up going into a game number 2. It looks like Street just did everything you wanted to. It kind of had a free-for-all there. The Maui came out and just completely took every ounce of tempo that this board ever had.
The Maui was brutal. He never left, right? The moment he came down, he was there the whole game. He's still there. He's still waiting. It's like a legend, right? Some say if you listen closely, you can still see him, hear him there.
No, they are going into game number 2. This is going into game number 2.
Street will pick that one up. He even played a lucky dime. I mean, not that it really mattered, because there's so much on your board. And that's always the downside when you don't have essentially Ruby or a card like Be Prepared, which we talked about at the LCCCCC earlier, is that when you're purple amethyst, when you're amethyst steel, this is your only way out, right? You have to get that instant lore. You do not have a way to answer a board that big.
But still, even though everything kind of fell apart and everything went awry, there were still some outs. So you did have a chance. There were some potential cards that you could have drawn to get there, but you just didn't make it. So let's check the chat. Let's see what's happening out here in the chat verse. Again, huge shout out to all of you for being here on a Wednesday, going up on a Wednesday. We'll be back at it again on a Friday for more ICL action. And I hope you guys are all enjoying yourself. Everyone's out here playing vibes. Anybody else vibing? Nobody should be vibing. We should be ICLing. Put the vibes away. Okay. Pick up the Lorcana. No more vibes. More Lorcana. Doesn't yellow heal? Yeah, unfortunately it does. But Sapphire, I think it could. They also do the strength reduction stuff over there. They could have took the Sapphire coil. I think that would have been fair. I think a little bit more.
Absolutely. Well, and something I wouldn't mind seeing them push in general is like, it would be nice if every color kind of had its own form of removal. Most of it's very heavily focused into ruby and steel right now. And like Sapphire gets a little, it has like the inkwell tucking, but yellow, like other than World's Greatest Criminal Mind, I can't even think of any other. How do you remove
they got to boost their guys and get them out of there. I think like they have that mini mouse that can do it. They have like the World's Greatest, like you said. So you got to support them. Oh, it's such a mess.
Yeah,
that's such a mess. They can heal them though.
Yeah,
they can heal their opponent. I don't know. That's a mess. That's a mess. As we're still getting those shuffles in. Yo. I see you all out there in the chat. R&B says I'm vibing. You got to put it down. You got the bald men is straight from the dentist. You need to put that vibe up, dude. Vibe it away. No more vibes. Back to Disney Lorcana. Okay.
Yeah. That's a good rhyme. Now, I don't know if our opponent is on a bell because we didn't see it, but one thing Marcos would absolutely love to see this time around is that Maleficent on turn 1. Last time he had to do the Diablo into the snake, which really slowed him down. Imagine if he'd had that Maleficent earlier, that's 2 more lore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he can win the game off of that.
Yeah. I think that is absolutely correct. And that is just how it goes. Let me pull the deck list up. Now that we kind of know, now the cat is out of the bag, we can see that there are, in fact, 4 Maleficents in the build. Okay, so you do have that ability to put Maleficent. If you can go, I mean, this deck does typically struggle with a Maleficent soiree. If you can just put a bunch of heavy 2-questers out there, you can get to the Dublinsky. But we know that little human Sisu, the daring visitor, as the street name is, you can see that maybe that can come out and help nab some of those Maleficents early on and continue to keep the lore totals in a manageable range. If you can get to that 5-cost turn, like we said, and we got Scrooge McDucks coming in, you got some big bodies in there that can contest this board and take down your questing guys and stick around getting those plus values through combat. So we'll see if that's how it's going to be. As Chernobog is going to be the lead this time. No Maleficent again. Ouch, baby.
Yeah. Luckily, he can at least pretty safely keep this Chernobog just on the field. He doesn't have to banish it. Hopefully, he has at least a strong 2-drop or even more 1-drops to follow up with. If he has the snake again, that's going to slow him down. Okay, Smee's a lot better for lore.
Okay, but we did have to ink that second Chernobog followers, which I'm sure you would have liked to keep around. So that might tell a story about what the contents of the hand are. Maybe you're sitting uninkable, or you don't have, maybe you have other cards you're trying to preserve. But I would like to get that second Chernobog followers into the field of play as well. As now it's going to be up to Pixborn. It's going to be up to Street. See if you can hit that ramp. If you don't ramp, you might be in trubs.
Dude, a card like Vitalosphere too, it really makes these locations not as safe as you think they are. Is that, it's my library, and then suddenly you drop this Scrooge like we saw last time, and it can attack all of a sudden. I was expecting a 6 strength with rush all of a sudden to come down for free.
I think that might be another good way to build this Ruby Sapphire deck. Just going back to the items, I think Scrooge is just such an incredibly strong card, and the fact that people might not be playing it in any Sapphire strategy, I think you got to figure out a way to get that guy into the field. As we now have to quest this Chernobog, who's getting checked heavily by this Tipo, and is going to have to destroy himself a little sooner, or banish himself to trigger that ability now.
So we do put the snake. We've got 3 as a Lawrence. Okay, it's a White Rose. That's another lore. Smee's going to put us up to 5. We are a quarter of the way there. So it's not looking amazing yet, but it's still looking a lot better. And our opponent does not have that Maui quite yet. So I'm already liking Marcos's position at least a little better this game.
All right, so we are going to that 4-cost turn. Now you have to decide if you're going to go Hiram or Grandma Tala. Usually, I think typically in these types of matchups, I'm always going to lean Grandma Tala most of the time, even though your opponent does have a Stinger setup. If they have Strength of Raging Fire, they can put another character out, get rid of the Grandma Tala. But Hiram Flaversham, I think, is a bit slow, and you need somebody who can help combat these situations, even by trading a Grandma Tala in. So let's see what the 4-cost play is going to be.
Well, and you're always happy to give up a popsicle because it just doesn't do anything once you play it. But the Vitalosphere, he might need that to challenge something. So if he has to banish it with the Flaversham, that's definitely more costly than if he just had to banish a popsicle.
100%. You can even, if you want to get really crazy, Vitalosphere adds 2, so you can send Tipo into this into this Smee if you felt so inclined.
If you really wanted to,
and take a down tempo, maybe set up another sail here, get some more ramping going, just clear the board a little bit. If you felt so inclined, that play is available to you as well. So let's see what we're going to do on this all important turn number 4.
And Street's taking some time to think about it, so he must not have a play that he like absolutely loves. Okay, and I was just about to say, well, at least we haven't seen a coil yet. Nope, there's the coil. We're gonna ink. I'm assuming that's gonna lower the Smee to a 1/3. Although, well, no, the Tipo would live if it wanted to run into it, and it would essentially cut the Smee's shelf life down by 1. Are we using? You were right. Wow, he actually used the Vitalosphere.
So we do take a little bit of down tempo to set up the coil, but you do get some plus value. Look at that. If you talk about banning cards, I'm getting Tipo out of here. And people hate me when I make that call, but Tipo's gone. If I can ban one card, Diablo's fine. I'm keeping everything else. Tipo is out of here, dude. He's gone day 1. If I'm in charge, bye Tipo. You're finished. You'll never.
I mean, that just shows again the power of the coil. Like no one would think, oh, a Tipo should be able to, challenge a Smee and he'll be fine while the Smee gets banished. And that's exactly what we saw.
You hate to see it, as we are going to take a little bit of time off of questing to go get a couple more cards with this strength, or excuse me, the friends on the other side.
He's got friends on the other side.
Sit down at my table. I love it when Lawrence sings that song.
I know,
think it's
right?
really fitting when Lawrence can get that thing going. As we're going to bring out the Fox, get a plus value onto the Tipo through
get a little revenge. Be like, I'll teach you to take out my pirate.
But you already know who's coming back. Maui on 5. Every single time. After an ink 2, you hate to see it. You know he's coming. As 3 cards in hand, one of those for sure is going to be a hero to all coming in after some ink and clearing this Fox, and he'll probably be on the board again for the rest of the game. We'll see if that is how that happens.
So we do see the Tala. Okay, I was to say one of the potentially downsides of using that Vitalosphere though is that if a Flaversham were to come down, your only choice is to banish a coil. So Street definitely wants to see another item he can feed into the Flaversham. But like you said, the Tala is a really good way to start, and it can challenge this Fox and trade with it, which will be very nice.
So he didn't get to that hero to all, which would have been quite cash money coming into this turn. I don't know, maybe just didn't have it, and you still need to find a card to ink there. It looks like you're sending one to the bottom of the deck. You still have an ink opportunity.
And we actually have to ink another Tala. I wonder if his hand is getting a little bricked.
He might be bricked. He might be sitting on a ton of Sisus there just based on the way that last turn went down. He might be bricked unplayable. And that is the only downside to coil that I can think of, is the fact that you have to continuously ink every single turn. And then sometimes you get a little starved for your Hiram Flaversham and you just don't have the cards to ink. And it's just worthless at that point. So
usually that doesn't come up, but there are a few games where that does matter. That has come up. It's like, ooh. And I think the Ravensburger said that on one of their design panels, was that, well, we're thinking of these turns where inking isn't necessarily a great idea. As we do see the Giant Cobra, and we're going to discard a spare Madam Mim Fox to get an extra 2 lore. I believe that's going to put us all the way up to 9.
And this is actually looking quite great for Street this time, for Marcos this time, as you got all the guys on the board you could ever want. Your opponent seems to be showing some signs of weakness through their inking patterns and their play style. They have not hit the Hiram Flaversham, and eventually they're going to run out of cards, and that's just going to be such a great game for if your opponent's board is tiny and they're out of cards. You're on your way as this Amethyst Steel Burn player, as you're just able to quest. All it takes is a few quests, and you can just rely on your burn, or your reach cards to finish the game off.
Yeah, and Street's only on 5 ink, so you've at least got another turn or two before any kind of potential board wipe comes out. So,
so this is not bad at all. So you didn't get the Maui that last turn. You'd love to see him this time. If you can still get the Maui down, ink another card, clean up this board a little bit. And because your opponent's still only holding 2 cards in hand, this could be a good spot to turn it around if you can get to that hero to all. You'll ink the Maleficent Dragon.
I assume we'll reduce the power of the Fox, which would let the Tala challenge into it and still stay on the board.
And
because we're too little ink to bring out like a big Sisu. I guess you could always little Sisu and you could potentially target the snake. Yeah, looks like he is targeting the Fox. Nice of Marcos to use a little die there to denote which one was selected.
And what is going to be the follow-up play? It seems like we're just trying to get a little camera refocus here.
There we
And
go.
coming in on 6, I guess you could maybe you're playing some Medusas as well. You can Medusa here. That'll be a good useful card coming out with some nice stats, as we are going to send 3.
Brawl? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Brawl and the Fox. Okay, well, and then we can have the Tala just freely run to the Diablo. So gets 2 characters off the board. That's pretty solid. Maybe even follow up with Flaversham. Okay, we're actually just going to use the little Sisu. All right.
And this could free your grandma up to quest if you felt so inclined. That would make it vulnerable to a snake trade, and it looks like you won't do that. You'll just pass back on over to your opponent, keeping that grandma ready for. Oh no, you won't. You look. Going to.
He heard you. He was like, "Hey, don't tell me what to do. I'll quest if I want to."
You're not my dad. You're not my manager. Who's in charge here? Not anymore. You're not. I am.
He was like, "What would JDZ do here?" And he heard your voice. I wouldn't quest. He's like, "All right, well, that's what I'm doing.
I'm doing it anyway." I mean, I don't know. I get it wrong more often than I get it right. So these players, they're in the ICL for a reason. I'm in the commentary booth for another reason. As we're going to go ahead and bring out the Giant Cobra again for a second installment, kicking a secondary unit, going up to 11. It seems.
We got to be a little mindful. The more you discard to this, of course, then your hand size will get affected. But it's another instant 2 lore. If we quest as well, we can go up to 12, which means we're just 8 away.
That's not bad. A couple of gatherings. I mean, Gathering Wisdom is one of those cards that you just hate to see when you're sitting at. It's just such a because they got it. They always got it. They're always goading. They're always gathering. If they play one, they might as well play a billion, and they always have it.
And Street doesn't have a ton of cards in his hand either, so he's kind of in top deck mode at the moment. He really does need to see a Flaversham or another Tala, Vision of the Future, something to help progress his game plan.
Oh, absolutely. He still has to. I mean, you got a couple more inks you can do before you actually just run out of cards. So we are going to ink that Tipo again. We will fulfill the requirements of the coil, probably reducing that Giant Cobra, I would imagine. Maybe setting up a Medusa. Medusa's great. I don't know if you can play Medusa. I keep saying Medusa. I don't even know if the card's in the deck. I mean, I don't want to say if it is or not. I don't want to reveal the hidden techniques if it is or not, but it'd be nice to see it. And Hiram's coming out.
Okay.
Better late than never.
We do have to get rid of the coil, which is a bit unfortunate, but we can always get it back later. We know if that Happy as a Clam can come down. Kind of one of the nice things about the stat line on the Cobra too is that the interaction with coil and brawl. Like if you coil it, the vanish keyword essentially doesn't matter for the Cobra in that situation, right? Because if you coil it, it goes down to 2 strength, so the brawl was going to get rid of it anyway. So you're not beholden to the vanish keyword. Like it's definitely weaker against Sapphire Steel when you can use Storm Rage on. And there's our Visions of the Future.
I would have loved it if they just went egregiously OP on these stats, but just make any target effect. Just get rid of it.
Yeah,
they should have made it like make the Cobra like a 7/7 or something insane.
Oh, that would have been crazy.
Like a ridiculous stat. But hey, if this character is targeted by anything, it's gone.
Yeah,
like even a coil or any type of target, it's gone.
It would disappear every turn. Then if that was the case,
it'd be worth the trade. It was like just a ridiculous stat stick.
Yeah,
but it is.
Yeah, I felt that too, especially for like the Iago. He felt like as much as I like that card, he's almost a little too understated for how much you have to invest in him.
Right,
and he's gonna vanish.
It should have been humongous. They should have just made him ridiculous.
Right. His art's humongous too. He's
they should have made him like absurd. Like they're good, but they're not ridiculous. I need ridiculous card designs. As we are going to go ahead and go for 3. We're going to play the Fortisphere, and then Vitalosphere, excuse me, and we're going to get a quest in with Sisu going all the way up to 2. So I believe you are still fine with this spot. I mean, you've clawed your way out of worse scenarios. You have 5 ink, and that's pretty much all the ink you need to make some of your most crucial plays. Bouncing this Cobra back to hand and redeploy the Cobra is a way to go. As you're going to ink a Cobra here.
Yeah, he's got
a
second
one. What do you think about that?
Yeah, his hand size is so low. I don't know if he can keep feeding these. I actually don't. I know he's getting close to 20 lore. I don't mind the Cobra challenging the Tala here because it can survive, and that way you're taking off potentially another Singer. We inked a Cobra because we had another Cobra. As we discard another Cobra. Oh my goodness!
So that is incredible, and we're going to go for 2, and we're going to go for the Doc McStuffins. Look
there
at that.
It is.
The Doctor is in, and you'll get 2 more cards added to your hand, and then we'll take your play. It looks like we're going to quest.
No, he's
here.
Just going to quest. He wants the lore. JDZ, that was all 4 Cobras. He inked one. There was one on the board. He played the 3rd and discarded the 4th for its effect.
So he was holding out. He was Cobra heavy. You need to get into that deck shuffler a little bit better. As you're sitting at 15, and you have 2 fresh cards in hand from that Doc McStuffins, and you're staring down a pretty sizable board over there. So you got a few outs here. You got the Gathering Wisdom, of course, bring you up to 17. You can put a gold into play, go up to 18, and be almost all right. I think you can survive this game.
And there's no coil currently, so a Shift Sisu is only taking out this Doc. Now we are on 7 ink, so if we can get a coil off of this, we could put one down, ink for turn, and then shift the Sisu, but then you're still only hitting one of the Cobras. One of them is going to stick around.
You could also play Be Prepared if you felt so inclined, or Pirate's Life. Those are also options that you do have and kind of keep this game in a reasonable range. You can sing a Pirate's Life with the Grandma Tala and the Daring Visitor Sisu.
Yeah.
So it's still plays that you have as well. As we will take your play
the coil
and set up another one.
And there's the ink, so presumably reduce one of the Cobras. Does he actually have it? Does he have that exact line with the Shift Sisu?
That'd be insane. You just made a 3-card call. That'd be for the record. I think you almost would have to do it.
I predict he will do this.
Oh man, that'd be sick if you can do it. And it looks like we might be taking that approach. We're tapping it. We got 6.
5. Oh, it's the Maui.
It's the Maui.
So
okay,
close.
But still, pretty good.
Yeah.
As Maui Hero to All is going to come down and be able to stun this board yet again, as he did so effectively in the last round. You could, in turn, take that giant Cobra into this Maui and just kind of give you some breathing room. But I think for sure you're just going to quest every Lord Matters at this point, as Big Quest comes in from Street, driving all the way up to 5.
And we have a pretty low hand size on Marcos as a side. Of course, with a quest out, we go to 17. It means we just need that little extra lore. This is my family into a knowledge and wisdom would be just what the doctor ordered. But
was that a fist pump? It looked like a fist pump.
Maybe.
There.
Okay, so we're gonna sing Friends.
Okay.
Draw 2 will deprive us of 1 lore, but we're trying to get to our instant lore. Knowledge and wisdom. Okay, there's the this is my family. So we will get 1 lore and draw a card.
Going up to 16. And do you have more? Is there any gatherings? You have not gathered at all this game so far. So you are due some gathers. As
we know there's no more Cobras left. He used all those. Well, there's the Rose.
At 17. And we can go ahead and quest heavy with this Doc as well. That's 18.
Now you're just a knowledge and wisdom away.
Or you're all out of Cobras, though. And you could go, you could also snake this Rose and deploy the Rose again next turn if it can survive. So this is looking great. This is looking all good for Marcos here, unless you can get to potentially a Pirate's Life, which I know this Ruby Sapphire deck can play. I'm not sure if Street is playing it or not, to just take that 2 off and get right back into the driver's seat. But this is looking all too well. You might have to be prepared here, or at least dig for it.
Maybe. So we know that obviously the Maui and the Tala can take out both the exerted characters. But yeah, if you're worried about a bounce, then the Rose will finish you off. So you may... Flaversham's going to dig for it, of course. We're going to banish the Popsicle, draw 2. Be prepared if we absolutely have to. 1 ink, and then the Sapphire Coil will let a big Sisu come down and banish the Rose.
Yeah. That is a great point. I don't think you have the ability to ramp anymore. I think you might have already inked. No, you haven't inked for turn just yet. You just Popsicled, played, ate the Popsicle, and now you can ink for turn. You can get rid of the Rose since it's ready, and then challenge down the rest of the characters, get a nice empty board, and say, if you got the gathering, you got the gathering.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm like, if I don't have the Pirate's Life, I'm like, hey bro, if you got gathering, just show it to me, man, so I can just not go through all of this. so I can not do this whole song. And
well, and that's probably what Marco's afraid of, right? He's like, hey, whatever you do, you can take out these characters, just don't use Pirate's Life. Like,
anyway,
I need that instant lore. Did I lose you? Oh, I can't hear JDZ all of a sudden. Hold on. Oh, I might have lost him.
Oh, I'm here. I don't know what happened there. That was not.
There you go. Now you're back.
Am I back? Okay,
yep.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I felt it was some kind of a glitch in the Matrix there.
Yeah, I sensed a great disturbance in the Force.
Oh man, too much gathering talk, and the CIA shut me down, dude. That's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah,
they don't want to see us live, dude. I think that's what it is out here.
So the big Sisu comes down. It actually banished everything that was already exerted, and not the Rose.
Interesting.
Do we have a way to answer this Rose?
We'd better. I think that could be a huge determining factor. If you cannot take this Rose out, I think that might be something that you're going to have to think long and hard about here. And you pass back on over with this Ready Rose. I hate to see that.
Well, and he inked, so like he could have targeted the Rose, right?
Absolutely.
Let's see if that ends up mattering.
No,
it
didn't.
Okay,
what are we talking about? He had the dang thing anyway. So what? It literally doesn't matter.
Street was thinking that too. He was like, what's the point? He's just going to use knowledge and wisdom anyway.
Yeah, it did not matter. I was like, okay, you knew it was coming. They always have it. Okay.
Right on time. So Marcos will get to take game 2, which means we get to go to a game 3, which is very exciting. Of course, going first as well, it didn't favor Marcos that first time. So we did see the player going second in our first game, but now it will be Ruby Sapphire's first chance to go first in this entire round.
Yeah, and it was this is our second time going to a game 3. How lucky can we be, Rudros? I think this is good. I like being in the booth with you watching some high profile Disney Lorcana action. And this is our second time in the booth today in the dojo, and we got 2 game 3s. So
absolutely. I'm always excited. That's the one thing about, like, while I appreciate that aggro should exist in all TCGs, it's just not very much fun to watch, I don't think, because the games are over, lickety split, and it's like you spend more time prepping and getting ready to watch the game and commentate the game, and then but then the players actually spend playing the game.
I love it. I absolutely love it. But hopefully you all at home are watching, love it. Make sure you share the ICL with your friends to let them know that we're out here. And I believe there's going to be more ICL action taking place. This is only this first season of the ICL. There's going to be so much more ICL. So if you have teams, make sure you reach out to the staff, i.e. Luke, and see if you can maybe get your squad featured onto the ICL. It's a great way to place Lorcana on a high level. And come on in for the ICL. We love it.
Absolutely. You know, one of the strengths of Amethyst Steel is usually that when it goes second, it can kind of shift into a more controlled challenge deck, right? You can value things like the Fox and the Snake, maybe Calhoun if they're running it. But against this deck, you do not want the game to go long against this deck. So do you think that Marcos is going to change his plan at all? Or do you think he's still on the, hey, I just got to hit the gas and go as quick as I can to get to 20?
I think if I'm Marcos, I'm looking for these Maleficents. Okay. I'm trying to find Maleficent immediately and Smee, Maleficent and Smee. Anything that has 2 of those diamonds on their card text. I'll even take the carpet. Carpet's got 3. Give me everybody who's got at least 2 or more. Put them in my hand, and I'll put them on the field. I'll take these genies. I'll take the Smee. I need to just start questing and just getting my guys exerted. And I'm gonna pray to whatever Lorcana deity is out there to just hope my opponent can just brick, because this Ruby Sapphire deck is good, but when it doesn't ramp and it doesn't popsicle and it doesn't Hiram, it kind of sucks. And I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't do a whole lot if those things aren't happening. So if you can miss the popsicle, you miss the ramp, you miss, you're stuck on 3 ink, and then the TPOs start flowing in, your opponent's already sitting at 7, 8, 9, 12, and the game just comes to a screeching halt. So I'm not rooting against Street, but if I'm Marcos, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a little bit of prayer and a little bit of speed and violence of action is what you're trying to go for.
And he hasn't gotten the 1-drop Maleficent in either of the previous 2 games. So will he finally get it? We're about to find out as Street does hit his turn 1 popsicle.
Okay, that's marker number 1, hit play popsicle on 1. Marker number 2 is play ramp on 2. Marker 3 is Grandma Taller Hiram on 4, and then 5 and we go. Oh my goodness! So the prayer backfired.
It's even worse than the other 2.
that is insane. I'm mad because guess what? You play 1, 2, 3. They play 7, 10. 14 1-drops.
14.
You hate to see it, and you
Dude, I don't even
want to
know what the odds of that are. I know from my girlfriend's deck, because the odds, like if you have 10 1-drops, the odds if you were to do a full mulligan is like 90% chance you see one. So if he's running 14, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's 14. I just counted. That's 4, 7, 10 plus 4 is 14, and you can't get 1, huh? That seems very impossible. That seems very impractical as well.
And Street is hitting exactly what he wants to see. Not only, and there's actually the old ice block saying, hey, don't forget about me. I am still relevant here.
I'm still here.
Right.
Ice block says, as Sisu, or as the Sapphire Coil just basically T1000 the ice block right on up out of the game. But Street's like, no, it's still good. It still has its utility, as we're hoping now. Now you got to enter the hope phase. If you are Dank Puff, if you are Marcos, you're like, bro, what is going on with my deck? As you are going to ink the White Rose on 2. We'll put out the Smee, so you can save a little bit of time here.
Smee.
You'd have loved to have some 1-drops there.
I know. Oh, yeah, especially going second. Like you really need it in this game more even than the last one. So that might come back to bite him. But again, what can you do? Hey, you looked for it, you didn't find it, and sometimes you just got to play the hand you're dealt.
I didn't see how many cards that were sent back in that ultra phase. Hopefully, you sent a lot, and it just didn't work out for you. I don't know. I love having my one drops in this matchup for sure, but maybe it still could work out. It's never over as Hiram is out, so you have hit every single possible marker so far with the ramp, and you also played an item after your second ink was used with the sale, and you hit the Hiram Flaversham, so you are clearly on your way, doing everything you need to do. While Marcos kind of faltered a little bit, no fault of your own. The cards are just going to flow like that sometime, but now you have to figure out a way to turn the tides of battle back in your favor as you're looking at your hand with disgust. It looks like it's uninkable over there.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for Marcos, as we're already ready for a Maui to come down and just banish the Smee on the next turn, which feels bad. Which is like, but I only got one quest out of it. Come on,
what's going on? That is not how you want this thing to go. And typically, when you're playing this very aggressive purple steel deck, these first 3-4 turns, your cards are out quick. You're doing a lot of pontificating. So, what is that?
Ooh, it's the crown, the half crown.
Searching the half crown. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't remember what the exact name is, but it's the 6-cost card that it exerts all your opponent's characters, and then if you banish one in a challenge, or maybe even just challenge them, you get 2 lore from it.
Okay, so I think I might be looking at the wrong deck list then, because I'm not seeing that card in the list at all. Because I do a little quick read on that, so you might have to check with the production team, because I definitely didn't see that card unless that's something else.
There are a few crown cards, so it could be something. Let me see if I can't.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that card in the build.
It looks like Restoring the Crown, which is the one I just described.
Okay, if that's what it is it the uninkable 6-cost deal?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing that card over here, so it might be a mistake. Maybe I just got the wrong technology on my end, but we'll probably look into it a little bit later. But either way, it's going to be discarded, and the card is an uninkable 6-cost, and it's a high risk, high reward type maneuver. Just showing your hand just might be bricked and completely unplayable, as the ice block is going to be utilized here. Probably going after the Smee, I would assume. This Hiram is about to do some combat, or are we going to just set up for the Maui?
Well, we already used 2 to put down the coil, so my guess would be either a brawl or a Sisu's coming down. If he Sisu, okay, so he chose the Cobra, so probably a brawl is going to come down. And he Marcos does demonstrate one of the nice things about that Cobra is that when you run a high cost uninkable card like this, and if you happen to draw it early, instead of letting it rot in your hand for several turns, you can use the Cobra's ability to get it out of there.
But that card I just looked that card up. It's actually quite broken. If you can get that thing to pop off and you got a ton of characters on the board, you can literally just win the game off of that. So I like the energy. I'm all about a little bit of high risk, high reward, a little bit of flash in the pan. I fully support it, as the humanoid Sisu hits the board yet again on 3. Not quite powerful enough to really banish anything.
So it can take out the Cobra. What he did, he lowered it with ice block and then did the ink of the coil.
Gotcha.
So Sisu, which should only be able to hit something over 1 strength, is now going to take out a card that has 4 strength. Oh, so gross.
I hate to see it, but at least they're both 3 costs. I hate it when the human Sisu is coming down, taking out Tamatoas and Maleficent dragons and freaking Maui half sharks and stuff. Like, you have no business in the same dojo as me, you little person. Okay,
who let her in here? Throw her out immediately.
I hate that. You hate to see it, as we are going to ponder here, as we are thinking about I think we're doing a little bit of read here on the searching for the crown.
Yeah, we're probably asking what it does.
Restoring the crown.
We've used all the ink for the turn, so there's not really much left we can do with our turn, but perhaps we're just reading the card, trying to see what exactly it does, or maybe there's a judge call.
I don't know. Maybe they're seeing what we saw, perhaps, because I'm just looking at the submitted deck list. I didn't see that card in there when I was doing my initial search. I don't know how they did it,
unless there was a discrepancy on the strength of the Cobra. But you can see he put the little 3-pip die above the Cobra, and we saw him use the ink, the ice block.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha,
So there was a list discrepancy.
Okay. So they are just working it out, just seeing how they want to resolve that issue. While they're sorting that out, let's check the chat. We have Sailor. If you mull on the draw, I think it's close to 99%.
Oof. That's rough.
And that's coming from mathematician. That's some mathematician. That's some statistics, as that would explain missing turn 1, not having the correct list. So maybe that could be what it is. Maybe the list I'm looking at, there isn't 14 1-drops, and you kind of replace some of those with restoring the crown. It could just be a miscommunication. I'm not sure. I'm definitely certain there's not like some type of malicious intent. These are humans, and accidents do happen, and this is why you gotta roll with it. So we're sorting it out. Shout out to the judge staff. They're kind of going through the rigors and seeing what needs to happen to correct this situation, to remedy this.
So while they're doing that, since we're assuming the game's going to go on for now, is there anything Amethyst Steel can really do in this position, as they're already fallen so far behind Ruby Sapphire? Is it just hope you can keep some characters around and just grind your way towards that 20, or is there some other secret plan we don't know about?
If you could somehow get this Hiram off the board and starve your opponent of cards, they have a whole bounty of cards, and they're only going to keep gaining more cards.
Yeah,
that's going to be rough, because it's going to require you to keep something alive for at least a turn to quest. The power of Sapphire Coil is that nothing is questing, and you're just losing card advantage every time you put a character out, because you put something down, it's gone. You're not questing. You're getting further and further away from your win condition. So maybe there's a world where you just say, I'm not going to put anything out. I'm just going to ink a card and just kind of pass and hope that you can. I don't know. I honestly have no clue.
And really it's tough. And a card like this Flaversham with, that 6 willpower, I think has been the bane of many people's existence since the card came out, that unless you're running something like this clean Ruby removal, he can crab a Smee, send the Smee in, and then the Smee will banish itself at the end of the turn. Like, that's not really efficient. You have to spend so much investment to get rid of something with this big of a body.
Yeah. I agree. It's just really tough. I think, and that's another reason we were talking about that earlier, about the Popsicle and how it may or may not should be nerfed or removed from the game. I think without Popsicle, Hiram gets a lot worse.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
He won't be as problematic. Maybe people would even go as far as to not play it as much. But I just don't know if that's ever going to be something like this steel deck. When you got Hiram up, that's 6. It's just so troublesome to get with. It's going to continue to just refill the hand, just more removal, and you just can't. You're not going to outpace that. It doesn't matter how many doctors you play.
Yeah, the item list is a lot less threatening if they're going back to set 1 items like the Scepter of Arundel or the Magic Golden Flower. Like, hey, if you want to put that out to banish with a Hiram later, that's one thing. But the Popsicle definitely changes the game.
If he's eating shields, I'm fine with him eating
exactly.
Shields.
I'm
fine with him eating a Fortis. I'm fine with him eating things that don't replace themselves. He's eating irreplaceable items, dude. I like that. He's eating family heirlooms. I'm cool with it. But when he's eating things that that has no value, like these Popsicles, he's supposed to eat Popsicles.
Yeah. Well, and even back in set 2, so while we're waiting for the resolution here, if you think about it, like I did the math, a single Popsicle would get you 6 cards, right? So you'd play it, you draw 1, Hiram would come down, banish it, that's another 2, that's 3. Then the next turn, Nick Wild would come down, get it back, you'd play it would get you 4, the Hiram would quest, and now it was worth 6. It's like, oh my goodness, 6 cards off this one dessert. Like,
let's bring it back. I mean, let's really show how broken this Popsicle is. And we saw today what DKP was playing with just 4 Popsicles in the deck. Let's make a Popsicle deck. Let's go all in on it.
I think that's what we're watching to a degree.
And we got the captain. We have the captain of Select Few is in the building right now, asking what the judge discrepancy might be. It appears that there has been a deck upload issue. I'm blaming you, since you are the management of that team. You got to do your due diligence, make sure the players are loading the correct strategies coming to the ICL. Okay.
I would love if they put like a big rotary phone on the middle of the play mat, and he picks up. He's like, "I'm calling headquarters right now. Hello, we got a discrepancy here.
I'm calling the commish." Okay.
Yeah, commish, come on. We need you to get down here on the stream. And he's like, he's asleep in bed. He's like, "Oh, why at this time of night? This was my day off."
So that's what's happening right now. The judge and staff, they're all kind of going through it right now, and seeing how they want to resolve it. If there is a I don't know, even from this position though, just usually the Ruby Sapphire deck wins these most of the time, because they hit all their markers, and it looks like we're going to continue to play on.
Okay, all right, getting a call from headquarters.
This just in, coming in from headquarters, we have the commissioner, Luke Wonderland, coming in.
There was a deck registration error where the player was in a hurry and they accidentally forgot to register their 61st card, which was that crown. And because they did end up doing it and we're playing the game, it is actually a game loss for that. So Street is going to be winning 2-1, but both players said that they still wanted to play it out for fun for the show to see what would have happened if that register wasn't there. It's unfortunate, but we are going to follow the rules of the game as they are to make sure that we're always abiding by them to make sure everything's doing good. It's not a DQ.
Okay.
The pudding.
Okay. And that I think that is just the way it has to go sometimes. And it's very unfortunate. Again, no one is saying anybody is doing any type of malfeasance, okay, no type of negative type thing of that sort. It's just an accident, something that happened. It was noticed, and then we're just going to continue to drive on. Integrity is above everything else, and we're just trying to make sure that there's fair play all throughout this league. That is a cornerstone of what the ICL is all about. So thank you for the expedient work to the judge. I believe it's LEO behind the scenes, and for a quick execution of that. And we're going to continue on as it looks like the SME is now posted up in the library. That could be a good way to turn the tides a little bit.
Yeah, about as good a play as he could have done there. Put out the library, get the SME, get this card draw, because the library. Although, man, we brought down a big CC, which can put 5 on this library immediately if we want to.
Yeah, you can put 6 on it if you felt so inclined. Yeah, just
players
really...
came into and he just like smacked the side of a book. Take that.
Oh, Hiram swinging, dude. He's questing, he's singing, he's swinging, he's tanking hits, he's bodyguarding. MVP of the Sapphire strategy, one of the best cards in the whole game of Digital Lorcana. As library gains 1, and it will be the genie is up. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind. I'm looking at the wrong window over here. Let me turn around.
Oh no, you're good. Yep. So we play a genie, get a card draw. We can still ink for turn, move that genie into the library, even though it's not going to survive one more turn, but might as well, just in case your opponent falls asleep at the wheel. Just to...
You never know, man. Genie's got to get his read on before he he ain't been in a lamp for such a long time. He didn't get a chance to read too many books in there probably. So just let him take a tour before it perishes, and maybe your opponent could mess up and speed run another Sisu or brawl or something, and you get your card before they challenge.
I mean, he's a magical creature. Who knows? Maybe someone will make a wish and say, I wish my library was invulnerable. And then suddenly it can't be challenged. The library like tilts sideways and becomes ready. It's like, you can't challenge it now.
I would love that too. Or something like that, like a location that has some strength on it, like that hits back.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'd like to see him do that.
Like a pit trap or something. It'd be basically a character at that point because it has lore, it has helping. But I think just having a location that you can like go to that does things and it can like attack back a little bit or do something or give them some type of reckless. I don't know. Every time a character's challenge, I don't know. I'm not.
Well, and there are a few like I know there's one like the wall, or there's some steel location that essentially can't be challenged, but they all involve having a character there. But I like your idea. I think that'd be neat to have one that this one actually hits back. So when you challenge into it, you fall into a spike trap or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I think that'd be cool. And you have to like really navigate around it and like account for it because the locations are great, but there's so many bad ones and there's only very few.
There
good
are,
ones.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, really, other than what do you see? Library, Castle, and then McDuck Manor as this genie gets banished by Medusa, and she banished the entire game to the Shadow Realm when she did it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, other than those 3, there weren't a whole lot. Like, you kind of saw the Bayou when people were trying to do, like, the Green Beast OTK effect.
Yeah. But... I mean, there hasn't been too many playable locations so far, and I would like to see that be a part of it. Unless maybe like a whole location strategy could be viable, but it's just tough. It's just tough. Yeah. As we are going to continue to play on, we got the SME is up, and we do have that Maleficent, and we're going to continue to spam and slam characters to the field, and we'll play the This Is My Family again, adding another card, gaining another lore. Can you pull it off though? Is this enough? I
mean, potential. So again, you're really hoping your opponent to brick, which is hard to do when you have a Flaversham and an item you can consume on the board, and you'll essentially would go to 7 cards in hand. But if they happen to not continuously find this removal for your characters, you can creep up there. I mean, you would go to 12 next turn if both these characters can quest.
And you could in theory, you could go ahead and coil up. It looks like it will do so. Coil the SME, and then we'll go ahead and send another CC. We can't handle it. Oh,
well, so much for that plan.
Yeah, you hate it. You hate to see it.
You can also curl up into a ball in a corner and cry. That's also a valid strategy.
This is just so brutal because everyone has been on this side of it, and it just feels so terribly bad. Coil just makes it that much worse. As we're going to continue to quest, and it looks like this game is all but over. As we will continue to press on. And it looks like I don't know what you do here if you're Marcos.
Not much. I mean, you can put down the snake, but you see, and you're at this point where you want to be the one getting ahead on lore. But if your opponent just quests out next turn, suddenly you're having to chase them. You're having to challenge into their characters, which is not what you want to do.
Okay, this is a good little clap back. You do get to the dock into the broom.
It's about as much as you could have hoped for.
Another Caesar here in my soul.
I know, yeah, our third
leave
Caesar.
my body. I can't take it. I cannot take. I physically cannot mentally.
Don't jump out that
support
window,
another Caesar.
JDZ.
I'm going. You know the window's open. I'm
I know,
opening the curtain.
I can feel your hand like lifting it up on the side.
Yeah, the curtain is opening now. The window is opening, and it's looking very taunting to just get ready to just break through this glass and jump on up out of here. But
yeah,
at third Caesar, I don't think my body can handle that. I think it's just time to go.
Well, and if anyone has ever played even any other TCG besides Lorcana, this can be one of the, for lack of a better word, demoralizing things about playing against a control deck, that just everything you put on the field immediately goes away, nothing gets to stick, and you just kind of have this feeling of like, what am I doing? Like nothing I do matters. Everything just gets removed immediately.
And there's not a lot of counterplay to it. I guess the steel, they do have Benja, they do have, things like that, but maybe in this strategy it doesn't fit, and it's just really, really so overwhelming sometimes to just sit here and it takes so long. You got to just deal with it over. Oh my goodness. If it was faster, I wouldn't mind as much, but it just takes so long. Just do it. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it. Come on, make it happen. Just
Maleficent dragon destroys the giant cobra.
What are you waiting for? Just do it. It just feels bad. It does feel bad. And we got a whole bunch of bodies on here, and we're questing for a tremendous amount. 7, 8 coming your way, going all the way up to 14, putting imminent Lorthal on board, and you're going to kick it back on over to Marcos, who has to do something amazing. You have to play a card that has never been printed.
Exactly. Yeah.
You need something here.
We need like the lore song or something that says whatever your lore total is, double it. Throw out your entire hand, mill your deck of 30 cards, and exert all your ink to double your lore.
Or Donald, you got Donald.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think that'd stop that much lore, but
it'll get you up to 25. The one that lets you go to 25. And we're still planning it out, though. We're going to hardcast friends, and then it looks like maybe you can get a Fox. I think Fox could save you a little bit. You can bounce the dog.
Yeah, you could take out a Sisu.
Sisu. Get the dog back in your hand.
Okay, hold on.
Let him cook.
And you can even banish the room if you want, get an extra card draw.
Why not? Let him cook. Ain't heard no bell.
Right. I didn't hear no bell.
We won't bounce the broom. The broom will stick around on the board. Maybe it'll coerce your opponent to challenge into the broom, and it looks like you will go ahead and bring the dragon in up to the front. Oil's drying. Okay. I was like, what just happened there? And we'll quest for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, that's GG.
Oh yeah, that's
oh my bad. I can't do basic math. I didn't see the dragon back there.
There's
that was
too
my
many
bad.
dragons on the board.
Yeah. I didn't see that. I didn't see that Maleficent dragon just sitting back there, just drying. Okay, that's that old school. We put the card behind it to to indicate that it's drying. We should bring that back. I like that. Very classy. Very classy.
It was a good effort. I mean, he had to see a 1-drop, right? And he could not find a 1-drop that game. Even with that, he very likely could have lost anyway. But
let's do it. All right. So we're going on into the Discord. We're going to hop in, and we are here. So we're going to quickly talk to the players about that match and how it went in round number 2, as it appears as if Cerberus Den comes out for another victory in round number 2. So do we have Street? Street, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you
all right.
hear me?
We can hear you just fine. So congratulations on your victory. Shout out to the Cerberus Den for your participation in the ICL. And I just like to ask people before I kick it over to Rudrose, talk to me about Ruby Sapphire. Talk to me about your deck. What made you bring Ruby Sapphire to the ICL tonight, and how's it been performing for you in set number 7?
I really like Ruby Sapphire. I said it pretty early on that Sapphire is the most busted color in set 7 by a long shot, and I've played it in 2 of the 3 DLCs, and I think that I went to. So I think for me it's very comfortable, even though I like trying to play other decks more, but this is just a deck that clearly has very few weaknesses, and I think my ratios are kind of like not as concrete as other people's lists. So I was kind of hoping to hedge my bets against a couple different matchups. Like seeing some lists drop Maui's is always crazy because they add them right back. So I fought the urge. I fought the urge to drop Maui's to play more item-oriented packages. So really having Maui's in there, having Scrooge, Tamatoa. Never got to use Cusco, even though I did have him slotted up and drew a couple of them. But, yeah.
I'm looking at your deck list right now, and it is a lot of 2-ofs. You got a lot of 2-ofs, a lot of 1-ofs. Can you just talk about some of your deck building theories? You got 2 Scrooge, 2 Grandma, 2 Medusa, 2 Maui, 2 Cusco. It's a lot of 2-ofs all the way through, and I think it's probably cool. But can you just talk about some of your theory behind that, and why do you play so few of so many different cards?
Yeah, like I said, the inconsistency could definitely come back to hurt me, but I also feel like as long as you get lucky, and I'd rather be lucky than good, especially on stream. But as long as you have multiple ways to handle things, and you can kind of draw into them sometimes. Like this deck is decent at drawing for sure. I got lucky with Hirams there and was just able to keep drawing. I think game 1 I got a good Hiram into the item package with the Scrooge and the Tamatoa. So like it just feels like a Swiss Army knife type of deck that very few other decks can do as well as of having that many, since you have a lot of filtering and other options. So it didn't feel too scary because, I'm either playing purple steel, blue steel, or the mirror. Those were the ones I was preparing most for, and I felt like I couldn't drop a lot of the cards to just 4-ofs or 0-ofs for certain matchups. So, like I said, I'd rather just roll the dice and be lucky and kind of get different outs that I might need. So,
absolutely.
And all respect to my opponent, like I hope everyone knows, like, quality person of integrity. We definitely wanted to play that match out, and we don't think anything other than just panicking last minute to get the deck list right. Like,
absolutely.
Clearly we came to play, and sometimes we just make mistakes. So hats off to him and the other team. Wish them the best.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and thank you to both of you for playing it out. I was glad we still got to see it. So even if it was a little bit of a foregone conclusion, because it's so difficult for Amethyst Steel to win going second anyway. And that's something I'll pose to you, Street, is that usually one of the weaknesses of a heavy control deck like Ruby Sapphire is that it tends to lose to aggro, right? But I mean, I think this deck even deals with aggro very well. Do you think there's any deck or any color combination that you think, okay, I am scared to play across from that? Or are you like, man, Ruby Sapphire is just so good right now, I'm not really worried about anything?
I'm definitely concerned about... I haven't even seen a single deck list of it, but everyone on my team talks about Churna Puppy or whatever it's called. So anything that... Yeah, anything like that. I mean, honestly, Amber Emerald might find a way to creep up into dealing with this deck. There's some like B tier or whatever decks you want to call it, and there might even be some Amethyst Steel variants that, like you guys said before the match, like there's very little changes from set 6 to set 7 for the deck, but this is still fairly early in the meta, so you never know. Someone might cook something up that does a little better on the draw versus deck, but I don't ever count Amethyst Steel out. But like I said, those other combinations are pretty fast.
Absolutely.
And one last thing, I shout out to all the EU homies that are still working on Emerald Amethyst. Maybe that's something I should fear. Hopefully. Because that's my other favorite deck to play. So
okay. And I mean, you did play very well. You saw the deck; it was popping off, doing exactly what it wanted to do. We had some very great turns. But I'm gonna bring in Marcos here, so we can talk about Marcos's deck and what Marcos was trying to do, playing this Amethyst Steel strategy. Do you agree with the takes that that Street had to say about the Amethyst Steel? Can you talk about Amethyst Steel in your set 7 experience so far, and why did you bring it to this tournament? And what exactly happened in that game number 3?
I counted it right now just to make sure. I do have 61 cards, so I just forgot to put one card. I forgot to add the Restoring the Crown
Okay.
to my deck. And I
Okay.
like where Amethyst Steel is at right now. I think I'm playing a different version than other people. Like I don't play Calhoun's. I don't play Strength of Raging Fire. I do want to play Strength of Raging Fire, but I didn't have time to switch him in today. It would have been it would have probably been another game loss if I tried to last minute and then didn't have time to find it. So, and I am
Okay.
only playing one dock right now. I wish I was playing more, but I just feel like sometimes with the Cobra, it doesn't really work out too well unless you have it where you're Cobraing first off your top deck into a dock. But other than that, like I don't really care for dock in the deck, to be honest.
That's
Okay.
fair.
Can you just talk about that matchup real quick and like what are some of the things that you think went well and what are some of the things that you think went wrong? We saw in that game number 3, kind of didn't have a one cost character out and you weren't able to get to the board at all, even on the draw on the play. Can you just talk about what happened there and what you think you could have done to help yourself?
Should have just molded my whole hand. I was like, I have like 14, almost 14 or more, maybe one drops. Like I have a lot of one drops. I was trying to count them in my head, and I can't believe I mulliganed 4 back and I didn't get a single one drop.
Yeah, that sucks when that happens.
So
No
I should have
Maleficent.
just
You never,
mulled
yeah,
more.
send it all, and you never started Maleficent that whole time. Rose and I were sitting there watching, like, man, is there Maleficent ever going to come down on one? And it just
Yeah.
never did.
Yeah, I never got it turn 1. She never
Yeah.
came out turn 1 for me, and I played 4, so I was hoping in one game where I would have a hot start.
You
Or I
hate to
go
see
into
it.
Maleficent, Smee, into Rose, and just take off with
And
the game. But it never worked out for me.
for sure.
Well, we saw that Cobra kind of in stereo because that one turn you had a Cobra on the field, you played a Cobra by discarding a Cobra, and you inked a Cobra. So you got to play with the card a lot. And as much as I've watched that card, overall I really like it. I kind of just want to ask you about its discard effect for lore. Obviously, it's great if you can seal a victory with that, but there are times I watch it and I think, man, is that worth it? Like I almost wonder if having the card in hand was better. So kind of talk to me about that Cobra and if you have felt that or if you're always happy to discard for the lore.
And I guess that's why I play Friends, is because when I play it, I can discard. And if they don't have a remove option, because it is a 4/4, so it is kind of hard. Other than Red Blue, obviously, I feel like has like the only
Yeah.
way. And there are other options like Strength of Raging Fire or other stuff like that, but they usually kind of use it by the time you get there, trying to clear my 1 to 2 drops. So like they've already wasted usually 2 of the big actions, so I'm usually safe to play on turn 3 if I want to. And then I like discarding because Friends will allow me to get 2 cards, potentially a bounce to bounce it back to my hand the next turn without having to use any ink until I get to my bounce.
Yeah.
Nice.
And like Doc wouldn't do that, I have to discard my hand and
Right.
waste 2 ink, and that's why I play Friends more than I do Doc.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But you guys playing one more card that kind of came up. This Magic Carpet. What's he doing? How's that thing been performing for you? Quest for 3.
Okay.
Can we talk about that real quick?
It is super amazing card, just not into Red Blue.
Right.
Because
Okay.
Brawl and Sisu just like kind of destroy it. Unless they don't have it, I should have probably played it more times to try to see if he had the out. There were so many times where he inked the Brawl that he had it for sure. So I'm glad I didn't waste my time playing against it. But against Steel decks, it's amazing because they have to have the strength. It can't be let the Storm Rage on, and they hit it for 2. You quest for 3. You bounce it with the snake, and then play a Cobra in turn 5. That's a lot of lore. You're probably already at. You're probably already close to like 11. Usually I'm closing games out by round like turn 5 or 6, but my Maleficence never helped me get to that point. I was always 2 to 3 lore, maybe sometimes 4 lore away from winning. So I think she would have definitely came in clutch if she came in earlier.
Yeah,
absolutely. We did mention that as well when we were commentating from the booth, man. But still, taking nothing away from you and taking nothing away from your opponent, I think both you guys played well. And again, it's just unfortunate that you did have to get that game lost, but the game you guys still played it out. And I think that it just was an uphill battle for you, just the way that the cards drew. But still, I really appreciate you guys' participation in the ICL, and hopefully you guys keep coming back in. But before we let you go to celebrate or commiserate with your squads, and we get some shout outs from you. We'll start with you, Marcos. Can we get some shout outs from you before we kick it on into round number 3?
Shout out to Select Few for giving me the chance to play for them, even though I made a mistake on my deck list. But I'm glad to participate for them and show what I can bring to the table.
Absolutely. And we'll see you back in. It's not over. We'll see you guys back into the next round of round number 3 of the ICL. How about you? How about you? Oh damn, I'm so sorry. How about you?
Street.
Oh, Street. I'm sorry, Street. So handsome. Your handsomeness. I'm sorry. Your mustache. I'm thinking about the mustache from the photo earlier in the term. Do you still have a mustache right now? By the way.
Yeah, I would like to thank first and foremost my mustache. Definitely
Okay.
gave me the power to
That's what I'm
overcome a
talking
lot
about.
of obstacles.
That's,
Not
that's
no, sincerely though, definitely like to thank Cerberus Den, you all ICL for putting this together. It's a lot of fun. It's my second time on stream with you guys. I'd like to thank the other team, like Select Few and my opponent. You guys came together and put on a good show. And also my wife and my 2 dogs. So yeah, thanks guys.
Absolutely.
Congrats again.
Absolutely. Congrats again. As we're going to start preparing ourselves for round number 3. I just want to give my shout outs again to the staff behind the scenes. We have Leo. We got Speedy as well. So if you guys are around these Discords, make sure you guys give Speedy a thumbs up and a like or something. Because that Illumineer is working really hard for this community as well. He doesn't get a lot of credit and respect. So make sure you guys reach out to Speedy, give him some pats on the back, and let him know that you appreciate all the work that he does for this community, as well as Luke, who's behind the scene holding this thing down. You guys will see him coming on into the next round. But Rudros, what do you think about that round? What do you think about that game? What do you think about that match? And where can we get more of you? Again, this is back to back. We need to make this a little tandem over here.
Dude, I'm down for that any day. Hit me up. Yeah, it was really fun to watch. And also, not only do I want to praise everyone behind the scenes for just helping run it, but that kind of efficiency with a judge call, that's what I would love to see, at a DLC, that, hey, it was quick, it was efficient, it was fair, it followed the rules. That was great. So that was very enjoyable to see. And of course, sir, it's always a fun time to hang out with you. And I'm glad we got 2 3-round games today. That was very enjoyable.
It's always nice. It's always nice to be here with you, Rudro. So we'll get more Rudros in the ICL, I'm sure. But also, your link tree is down in the comment section. So make sure you guys go over there and follow him on YouTube and give him some support as he puts out great Lorcana content. And you guys know I'm JDZ. I am on a quest. I will be streaming tomorrow on Twitch. I'm going to be doing my 1,000 follower giveaway tomorrow. So if you want to participate in that, it will be up and active tomorrow on JDZ Quest on Twitch. But I think we're cooked. I think our time here is done, and we're going to get ripped on up out of the booth. And I think I have to put my video back on. Let's see if we can hear the rest of the crew that's coming in. It was a fantastic time, and I think we will be followed by the host with the most, the owner of Wonder Twitch, the commissioner of the ICL, none other than the DLC champion, Luke Wonderland, will be joining us, followed by Y Breezy. So you guys stay tuned for some more action-packed Lorcana action coming in. Round number 3 of the ICL on a Wednesday.
Enjoy. Bye.
Oh, I was muted.
Wow.
Of course I was muted. Why would I not be muted? Why wouldn't I be muted? It's like, we've got good audio all night. I'm going to come in myself from the thing. And it's like, boom. Of course.
It's all good. We're going to rock the live production. We're going to kick it. We got a fantastic game 3. It's going to be exciting. I cannot wait.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be amazing. Just sitting back, watching all the matches each round has been pretty good.
Do you have any takeaways from the first 2 games we have seen so far?
Ruby Sapphire is torture to lose to. It's not fun to have to win the game. Yeah, it's just slow and torturous. It's going to get you, and there's not too much you can do to stop it.
I think the worst part is it's coming too. You just see the board stay, and it's just getting worse and worse. The second Sisu hits the board, and you're just like, well, not only this card removed my entire board, it's about to gain them 3 lore, and it's just you can't catch up. And there's only so many lightning bolts you have in your back pocket before it's just gone. And it's a really, really tough situation. And if I had to guess, I was wrong in my I was wrong in my bet earlier in the pre-show. But if I had to make another one, we're going to see a lot of Ruby Sapphire for the next couple of months.
Oh yeah, just a little. Just
just getting used to it, Gonna get used to it, and but fortunately, for little spoilers, there's no Ruby Sapphire in this matchup. So,
all right. Well, I'm ready. I'm excited after that. You just really got my blood going there. It's like, oh, great game. Don't have to feel bad about Ruby Sapphire.
No coils anywhere. It's gonna be okay. We don't have. There's no big bad monster to get rid of our 2 strength or less monsters, creatures, characters, all that fun stuff. pets, whatever character we got, aliens, pirates. No dogs, which problem with it, but alas.
Churnapuppies.
Churnapuppies.
I mean, is that its new name? Should we
I
just
like
call it
Churnadogs.
Churnapups?
I like
know you like
Churnadogs.
Churnadogs.
With an
you got the dog in you.
Yeah, I gotta have some dogs in us. That's the mentality we gotta go in, because whenever Sisu enters the board, we just lose straight up. So, oh well.
I don't know. I kind of like Churnapups.
Churnapups. Okay, well, it's gonna be a back and forth.
Play the deck,
whoever
what
wins
you want.
the most, right? Whoever wins it with it first gets the name.
Okay. All right. I'll take you up on that. Whichever one of us wins more with the deck, we get to name the deck for everyone else.
There you go. Perfect.
I'll see you at the first DLC, whenever it is.
2027.
Sooner the better.
Maybe. At that time,
the name doesn't need to rhyme to be good.
That's true. And then
I'd argue sometimes rhyming makes it worse. It's
definitely.
Too low. It's too low. Like you just got to work for those sometimes, or think about it.
Yeah, if it's too easy, we got to try again. You know, it's if it's not too, if it's just right on the nose, maybe we try again. We roll the dice one more time to see it ahead, and we got a Daisy on the board. We love to see one of my favorite, if not my favorite, one drop in the game.
Is Lorganes playing Churnapups, or is this Steel Song? I don't remember exactly what was in the first round, but
in this card, it did say he's a Mufasa enjoyer.
Was on Steel Song.
We
shall see.
He was a Mufasa enjoyer, so there's a high chance this also could be a Steel Fasa variant that we've kind of been accustomed to seeing.
We know what's over here now.
Oh, wow, that dueling kind of gives it away right away.
I hope for Alvin's sake he's not on a traditional Steel Song list, and it's more aggressive. And John Silver makes me think it's an aggressive
Penny
version.
with the resist. All right. What are your thoughts on this brand new Duel Link Penny, aka Miley Cyrus?
I think she's pretty good. She has parents. She gives something resist. She quests
like
for
the other
two.
one.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we shouldn't be making those jokes, but the naming conventions on a couple of the cards is pretty entertaining at times. But she really fills the role. Like you want, you want a cheap quester that you can continue to commit more to the board and to continue to quest, right? And if you're not breaking your co-caster, or you're really doing your job right.
No, that's the way to go. That's just the way it goes.
Daisy, like you just... It just stops a lot of the plays. You can play it to protect another singer. The only problem is if you're protecting something else, they might just sing removal on that. So it does have some downfalls. It doesn't really stop from removal unless you have a high impact character that you're trying to keep around, like Ariel or an Ursula, like the turn after they play Pete. So you can't really capitalize yet.
Definitely. And then as the Daisy Questa, we saw a card that we have not seen in a while, that Sad Beast. This deck list is running a few, and it's definitely going to be an interesting addition moving forward with this Emerald Steel.
I mean, Alvin is running away to the mines. I mean,
he's trying to go.
He craves the mines. That's what it is. The
mines are yearning.
The children craves the mines. Somehow the one who has parents is the one in the mines. I don't know how that works out, but the duck and the little girl and the manservant, they're just going to gain that lore. They're going on some quests, and Smee is doing what pirates in Neverland do. They take out and banish little children.
House. Banish the children, turn the normal penny into the other sapphire penny, and move forward with it. I think the Bendra here, or are we just trading? Are we doing the Rapunzel combo wombo?
Is we
this
have
the classic draw 3?
1-2 punch.
You love to see it. You love to see
one of the best plays in the game. One of the best plays in the game.
Feels so good. It's so free. And dealing with now the heal Daisy is also super difficult. I mean, in this board state, unless there's some sort of damage, that Daisy's going to quest as well. So that's such a powerful removal tool. I mean, a healing tool plus the draw. I mean, such a powerful jab cross deal. Your classic peanut butter jelly. You need one, the other comes with it. It's beautiful. It's absolutely fantastic. As Alvin here kind of putting the extra pressure on, Emerald Seal is going to have to deal with this board state, kind of establish their own and start kind of getting past this insanely high speed tempo.
Yeah, trading away the penny to be able to take out a Smee and draw 3 cards definitely made a Rapunzel trap, and it was probably worth taking just to slow down some of the beats, but at the same time, letting them draw 3 cards is brutal.
3 is a lot. Like, that's so much. And then Daisy gets taken care of that shift P. That's incredible. Turn 3, turn 4 into the shift is very, very powerful, but it's just going to get rid of that Daisy this time. And now Alvin can't sing. Pete said, shut it.
Nor can you, sir.
No songs this game. For 2 decks that wants to play a bunch of songs, this is going to be very, very fascinating to watch two opponents just hold their hands against each other and say, stop, don't do anything. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fantastic to see.
Need to get a sound effect with an animation that pops up where Pete pops up and you get a little whistle.
It's a little
no actions nice for you, sir.
That'd be nice. Just a little whistle blowing too as a little video.
I mean, could you imagine a Disney Lorcana commercial in the style of like a 90s thing where this kid just like plays down the Pete and all of a sudden this dude bursts through the door like the Kool-Aid man blowing whistles like, no actions for you, sir!
No, get out! Get your actions out of here. We don't want it. So many beats.
Yeah, it's...
so many beats everywhere. We're just saying no songs, no actions. You can't do anything, which is a very, very fascinating little floodgate into saying you can't play or sing actions next turn. Just crazy little duo there. Pete and Pete. Who knew?
It's going to take quite a bit to get rid of Jared's Pete. The problem is he's more of an aggressor at the moment, like a challenger, because Alvin's at 12 with 5 in play. Like, could jump up to 17. Could easily put 3 more lore into play. And what Jared needs to be doing is singing removal while committing more characters, but he can't sing the removal. He needs to challenge with it. And if he has to shift onto the morph, then he might not be able to take down the readied characters. Unless Jared's got a Tinkerbell. That could be a nice way to clear the board. But, well, that's... as long as there's not another threat. I mean, that morphs down, though. That's... Now we hope Jared wasn't relying on Tinkerbell and a dock. Not bad. Didn't even discard.
No need for a discard. I got it all. I'm just going to put a 1/3 naked dog. It's not what you want to see all the time, but sometimes it gets the job done. All we need is to get that extra quest. As we were just saying, deal with everything you got, or you lose. Jared is in a little bit of a trouble here. I will assume we might get going to game 2.
Well, hopefully I didn't blow out Bobby's eardrums there. He had to turn the volume down, but we just got so dang excited.
That's the energy you need in these late hours of the ICL.
That's what happens when you drink coffee at 7 p.m.
That's the way to go. I'm always caffeinated up.
So you're going to see some tweets from me at 2 a.m. as I'm trying to go to bed, but laying in bed bored.
Some hot Lorcana takes before some sleep. Yeah, that's the way. That's good.
I break the format when I'm up testing at 3 a.m. What can I say? Oh, it looks like Jared has seen enough for this game.
Yeah, just like can't deal with it. You went a little too fast. I can't catch up. I don't have the tools, and no need to waste time as we do have a timer going. So it is important to kind of manage that time and know when the game is kind of at wraps before you have to deal with the whole time rule situation.
Well, Alvin is going to do his darndest to keep select few on the board here.
He's got to make sure, because like ICL, even though the round might be lost, that extra win will make a difference going into the placement. So it's very important.
Relevant.
these players take that third game seriously, no matter what the other two results were, regardless it's a win or loss, because that will make that playoff difference if they kind of win the rest out, go 3-1, and kind of come to a situation where we didn't lose as many games.
And this was an interesting one, as the select few won in round 1, but Cerberus Den, they lost in the first round. So they won this round so far, but if they get the sweep, that's really what they need to put themselves back up, because they are currently the lowest ranked in the league. Now, granted, they're the only team with a loss that hasn't played yet, so it makes sense that they're ranked seated the lowest in their division, because the other teams that have lost twice still have one more rounds. So it's good to see them get this. They'll probably jump up to 6th or 7th, but they really need to get a couple more wins off this if they want to try to make that cut to the next stage of the event, where Select Few won their first round, and they're currently in 7th place, and the one more win, they're probably gonna jump up, but Forbidden Mountain and Tianhu are the other two teams right directly above them, and they haven't played yet as well.
There's going to be a heated match with Tianhu coming up as well. That's going to be a doozy. You better tune in if you're listening to this right now. It's coming up, I believe, Friday, and it should be a heater.
And yes, after this, the next two matches are between teams that both won in the first round. So we're gonna
huge playoff implications.
Yep, it's gonna be a little bit tighter of matches and a little more relevant.
The competition is heating up, and as the rounds go by, these players are gonna try to put their best effort, make sure they go 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 as much as possible to get a little comfy playoff slot where seeding might quite matter.
As well as just for pride.
That's true.
A lot of that is for this is just to try to be like, yeah, we didn't take a loss in the round. Like, that's some big bragging rights there.
That's very, very true. It's one of the cool things about a lot of TCG players. They just want to play it out. They just want to beat players. They want to say they won against a lot of these players. They're better because they won. It's cool. It's cool sportsman ideology. I like that. Sportsman, the hero that no one wanted, and go through as we as the competition goes on. People want to win more. It's just part of the deal. Some people want titles. People want to say, I did this, that. I'm the GOAT, and the mountain is very, very high to climb.
Yeah, I definitely have a little bit of FOMO since I'm producing and casting. I don't get to play with my team. That said, I can't lose if I'm not playing.
You are undefeated.
You can't lose when you're casting. you automatically win.
You win every single game. You've been undefeated this round and the next, and you're in the playoffs. You're the first player to be in the playoff. It's incredible.
I mean, to be fair, we might actually have a Caster's Cup for fun while we wait between rounds. If there's if like it gets close to when a new set releases and we want to try to make it equalized, or people want to see the new action, we might wait a few weeks or wait a week for it to clear up. And in that week, we might do 1 or 2 exhibition matches for fun of the previous set.
Oh, we might see the ultimate combo here in Diablo, Hidden Cove, and Shift Diablo. Quest, make it a 3-3.
Pretty good.
It's been good since the moment it was released into the world. It's gonna be good forever.
Does Alvin go one drop strength? Does he shrug it off? Say, I don't care. I can't remember what Alvin showed in his hand from the little Diablo because I was editing something else. So breezy. Does he have a strength in hand from? Did he reveal it from the Diablo?
Let the suspense rule. No,
I would say no.
Not the 2-1 drops. We do have Calhoun here, which is not going to do much other than maybe eventually get the Hidden Cove a little hurt. but it's gonna sit there. It's 2-drop. It's gonna answer a lot of problems down the road.
So one thing worth noting is that Jared doesn't have a storm yet, unless he just drew one off 2 of the cards, and he did.
It's built different, simply. Can't
He
sing
needed
now.
to maintain answering Alvin's characters, because that's what this deck does. You 1-for-1 what they have while cantripping along the way to allow you to do that. And
Ooh.
I was going to say, if he didn't have the song before, like, his best card is Ursula, he might not have it now, but he is drawing 2 cards a turn, and
it's wonderful.
And he remembered his draw, so he has this draw and the next one to continue drawing songs. And if he has, well,
not next turn, that's for sure. Here Calhoun is gonna quit.
Kool-Aid Man breaking through the wall, blowing his whistle, saying, "Not today, 90s kids, not today."
We gotta wait a little bit. The Ursula can't sing twice. It's gonna be just a little bit longer. But the threats are rising. Jared is drawing a bunch of cards.
Needs a Pete. He needs a Pete right now.
And he finds it. He just does it.
And this allows him to do some fun things here. And without a song, Ursula might just eat the Calhoun.
All right, yeah. I mean, why not? And survives. That's so scary.
Well, not for long. Not for long. Not for long. Because Alvin's going to challenge that Cove down, and then bye-bye Ursula. Because she does have 3 points of damage on her. And then without the Cove keeping her around, she's going to get down. It seems unlikely to do. And as Jared's pointing, you're not singing Storm on my Diablo. It's going to stay around there for an extra turn.
Challenge the Cove, get rid of the Ursula, clear up the board a little bit, clean up the mess. It's getting Diablo just is sitting there in the Cove with the wings out, just getting the sunlight into the bones, looking all nice.
Yeah, I feel like Jared could shift here, which would be nice, but doesn't necessarily need to. Honestly, shifting now actually seems insanely powerful, because it would require Alvin to have to ink to play any of the removal he might have for the Diablo. This Gontu might have the reverse effect of what it needs. Like right now, it saves him for a turn. It's like a Pete.
Well, long term, it's not going to do that great, because he's the one that needs to. Oh, got a morph.
Jared did not have the fun
no
time.
Shift.
No Pete. If he had the Pete, he could have shifted and then quested out, and then that would have really put Alvin in a rough spot. But instead, he kind of doesn't have it. If Alvin has a mine, he can quickly answer this morph. But he has to answer this Diablo before Jared just continues to run away with it.
But answering it is going to get a little bit funky, because now there's not much. Can he? Oh, it's going to be. What are we doing? Are we just going to hard cast? Oh, there's not much we can. Gontu sings Zeus.
It's got to be on the Diablo, right? Yeah,
Diablo's going to go on. It's a little expensive for the. It's a little expensive for the.
Worth.
But at this point, the Diablo did its job, though. That's the big problem, in my opinion. It's just like he drew like 5 cards. At that point, the bird served its purpose. And the worst part is, there's a high chance the second one might be on the way.
Having to ink Rapunzel never feels good, but playing a dock is really one of the ways to do it. And Morph most likely was the one targeted by Silver, so it can't be Tinkerbelled away. Doing the exerting the characters in different directions just to tilt viewers like you.
Going into the deck list, I do not believe there is a Tinkerbell on the list. So the shift line he's running instead is the Tragic Hero, which how do you feel about the Sad Beast?
He's okay. If I was running Morph, I'd run it.
All right, fair. It's a cheap little shift target. It's a big threat. That's nice.
If I'm only running Diablo and Pete, I'm probably not running it.
Gotcha. Yeah, definitely,
It's kind of
an option.
interesting.
Definitely an experimental option, I think, going into this format.
I'm trying Baby Pete, even though my only non-song actions
There's the
are
shift.
Hypnotize. Well, if Alvin doesn't have targeted damage for this beast, or any damage for this beast, that's another source. But oh my.
Oh.
What are we doing here?
What are we getting rid of?
For 2? And then
yeah.
Seems fair.
Let's get rid of the Gontu. Be like, okay, now things are a little bit cheaper. No more taxes.
2 cards.
Get rid of the sudden chill. Get that Mr. Smee.
Is that? I think that's still 2 cards in Jared's hand.
Yeah. Got options. Let's see.
While Beast could be taken down, it would take
quite a bit.
Lot.
Quite a bit here. That's a lot of resources wasted on a card that just to avoid 2 draw.
Do we wipe the board here? Do we trade boards?
I think so. We just got to be able to stop it. Like the issue though, like the later this game goes, I don't believe.
There we go. That's what Alvin needed.
Yeah.
Zeus it and
all right. Shift that momentum right away. Found the answers. Found what we're looking for here. It's nice. Now there's 2. And I believe Alvin might be out of cards here. So now it's just an interesting board state where it's just John Silver and Pete. The two characters that just says don't, essentially. Just be like, you can't do that or this. And that's about it. So we're gonna eventually have to find some more options. Hopefully a dock off the top to draw 2 would be
that would be insane.
Very, very spicy. And then
2 cards does nothing, which is fine. With Alvin not having anything in hand, I mean, sure. Windmilling. Oh, maybe Alvin did have another. No, yeah, nothing in hand. It looked like he flicked it, but
it did. It was a little hard to tell. It just looked like he just going through the little extra deck. I mean, Cinderella being taken at this point is fine. It's just a little bit nice filter. Just got a Prince John here. With no cards in hand, Prince John just kind of is an actual statue in this game. But there is Bruno's. There are some answers. There are some stuff that we could be looking at in Jared's case. But Alvin is starting to turn this momentum around. It was getting a little dangerous, and that we got that. Oh my goodness, that beautiful looking Mufasa. Alvin kind of know what to play Steel Fasa, bringing the sauce, bringing the spice. I can feel.
If you had a Mufasa like that, wouldn't you play Mufasa all the time?
I'm playing that one of. It doesn't matter which deck. As long as it's Amber, it's going in. I might be playing 20 actions. I'm still playing that even if I whiff it. It does not matter. And we got a big boy Pete on Jared's side. Here, Prince John is just kind of a statue. No cards in hand.
With Mulan. That looked like he was thinking about it. Maybe singing chooses not
tough.
to.
Just gonna have it on just in case he draws like a card maybe that doesn't get C play. Draw some more cards to potentially trigger some discards. But Alvin is a little comfortable in the driver's seat here.
See, I like Mufasa in this list. You're running Strength, you're running Storm, you're running Mines. 10 to 12 cards plus Mufasa, that's fine.
That's fine.
It's okay if you miss 1 out of 6 times, right?
That's not bad. It's rolling a dice, essentially, and getting 5 out of 6. It's not terrible. If someone tells me you're going to do that, I'm like, let me roll it almost every time. So, yeah, it just feels... It's such a feels bad moment when Mufasa misses. So it's I feel like a lot of players just don't want to feel that on a potentially an 8-round tournament that just takes so much pain away when you need it to hit and it doesn't. We're just singing into dealing damage. Mulan to go through. Get rid of the Daisy. All right. Quest away. I mean, yeah, just say deal with it. I took advantage of my removals. You did not, and now I'm ahead. Yeah, it's just
From no cards, like 2 3/3s in play and 2 lore. Draw 2/1 into Mufasa into a couple of things in a row. Well, Jared didn't do much. It's kind of interesting to see this how it turned up, but Jared had like 2 turns, 1 turn where he just
hit the
did nothing while he had discard in hand. It is the downside of the discard package. If you draw sudden chills when they have no cards in hand, it's like you discarded yourself.
Yeah, this card just sits there, does nothing. I know you sometimes end up keeping it because you have no other option. It's just a very funky card, and we're just gonna sing away. That is not looking good. And then just quest away. This might not be too long until the game is over here. Oh my goodness, that momentum shift at those Pete's coming in, Zeusing that Diablo, kind of just clearing out the board has been the key to victory here. It's been a very, very quick turn of events as he just plays a Prince John, and it's not game technically,
but it's close.
It's so close. With not a lot of cards in hand, with not a lot of options, it's just looking quite unfortunate here for 2 playing doing some ink math here. Everyone's favorite. That might be dealing a damage here. No. It's gonna deal that damage. Say if you have to go ahead and challenge something, it's gonna go bye-bye as well. Even if you shift, this is not looking too great for Jared here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's
requires a lot. So many things.
Like the John and the Pete have to take down the location. The Pete trades with a 3/3, so we have to storm the Mulan into another answer, and it looks like Alvin's picking it up.
What a turn of events! The Diablo Zeus and then the challenges to clear the board was the lovely W.
You're a lovely W.
You are. It's more of a Y actually, but we're working on it.
All right, are you ready to jump in and listen to the Discord here? If you want to unmute yourself.
I am.
Yes.
There. I'm here to chat and ready to go. Well, gentlemen, wonderful games.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Wonderland, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. How about you? Obviously.
You're muted.
You're muted. Oh,
I'm muted.
I was muted in the Discord. I'm muted somewhere at all times.
Now you got to mute your video ninja.
Dude.
Now you got to mute your video ninja.
You can hear me twice, Breezy. You can hear.
That's me. Okay.
Damn, we got Breezy up in here. We got Wonderland.
Yes, sir. Had the honor of casting that Mufasa. That, first of all,
gorgeous
Mufasa. So beautiful. I get why you would want to play it every time. I get it, even though it was a one-off. Both in the deck list, it was a very, very interesting, very cool looking deck list. How did you come up with what made you lead to this running today's ICL match?
Well, as you guys know me, I love me some Mufasa.
Absolutely.
And he had to be in the deck. I'm running. It's a mash of not really random, but some of my favorite cards. Some new stuff like the Penny, the Gantu, I think are very, very clutch in this color pairing. And it's aggressive. It's very aggressive because the meta right now is blue. It's looking really blue. So we have a few Benjas in there, the Gantu. And we're trying to go fast, but we also have the power of the locations, the Door's Mine. And some might say that, what if Mufasa hits a location or an action? There's only one. It's not a straight up Mufasa deck. It's a Mufasa, friends, and locations kind of deck. So I try to make it my own happy little family.
It was running so beautifully in game one, and we saw that thing run so fast. And we blinked, and you just got to 20 essentially. was crazy.
Game 1 was insane. It was like everything just lined up perfectly. Especially after that Rapunzel heal. That was
combo.
huge. That was huge. Yeah.
It's incredible stuff. Well, congratulations on that big old W, dude. Got the gains and the dub. Let's go.
Gains and the dub. I love you, man. You're awesome.
No, that's all you. Stop it.
Studio mode failed me there.
Oh.
I was changing it to go from who won the round to who won the match, and it's not supposed to change it. But sometimes it just goes crazy. All right. So, yeah, you already talked about the one Mufasa, and, like, it's not that hard. Like, it's not a big chance to miss, as you had already said. Do you want to play, like, what do you think is needed to push you back to playing 4 Mufasas in your list? Like, what do you need?
We need less. In the next set, I would say, oh my gosh, something that says support
Amber.
Mufasa. Something that says support Mufasa because he's a badass. I'm a fan. I love red, yellow Mufasa. I love amber, steel Mufasa, and you were there, so you know Wonderland. You were there when he got me my top 16 in Seattle. So I respect him. And I would really love for the next set to have maybe an amber shift Mufasa or something that just combines with either a king or the Mufasa himself.
We need like a character that is kind of like a Hades but inkable, but puts it on top of your deck. So you could be like, I'm going to do this, put this other Mufasa on top of my deck, pass to you with my Mufasa's challenge, so we know I'm hitting something hot.
You're like, come at me, bro. Hit my Mufasa, or else I'm going to hit something.
So
make
good.
Ransack good again. Come on, make Ransack. I mean, we have Simba and Mulan. We don't need Ransack, but I just
something Amber would be cool. You know, this set I feel like
Amber no Amber love.
Yeah, next set we go.
All right, Jared. You kind of had what you needed, but at the same time, you just weren't able to draw what you needed when you needed it. There was a turn that I was like, a Pirate Pete would just be insane for him right here, and you had the Morph instead, and it was just like a little bit too slow. He obviously had the Zeus for your Beast, which is unfortunate. How did you feel about that last game? And do you think there's anything you might have been able to do differently, or what was it that you needed to draw there?
Yeah, I think the main thing I probably could have done differently was maybe be less aggressive. I think I played a shifted the Beast in, and I immediately sang Strength with it so I could take out Gantu. Because I had a Hypnotize and Sun and Chill in hand, so I was just trying to make it easier for me to play those cards. But I think maybe if I sat behind the Beast and he didn't have an answer for it, that could have potentially gave me a better chance.
Yeah, right. Well, since you mentioned the tragic hero Beast, we kind of saw it disappear for a little bit. What made you kind of bring him back? Why are we playing 4 of? And how do you feel about it?
I feel like I was looking at a lot of the lists that were doing pretty well, and a lot of them are doing like the Morphline Beast stuff. So I just kind of went with that. I have been playing the more like Curse Merfolk route, and I do enjoy playing it that way too. But I think sometimes just having the potential to, do something crazy like Diablo, Morph, Beast on 3 is just
too good.
Sometimes it's too good to just pass up on.
Yeah, straight up, just be like, this is my first 3 turns. You just lose the game. Congrats.
Yeah. And I feel like with how some of the other decks are in the format right now, where like if they start off with mainly I guess Blue Steel, but if they start off like super hot like that on, then it's good to have like your own version of that, even if it's harder to hit.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, sometimes Emerald Steel lifestyle lets us down, but you just showed up, represented the Bird Nation, and did what you could. It's fantastic stuff.
How have you felt about the deck so far?
Emerald Steel?
Yeah, like, are you liking it in this meta?
I don't think it's terrible in the meta. I think it's pretty good, but it's like, you know, Red Blue's always been kind of a slightly unfavored matchup for you, and then Blue Steel I think is like really kind of who goes first, and if I make Diablo stick, then I can really run away with those games pretty easily. But you know, they also, if they're going first and they hit the bell line and then they play a song on you, it's also like, you know, over. So it's pretty polarizing matchup, really.
Yeah, that is definitely true. We were talking about that, I think, a few times already in the pre-shows, that Ruby Sapphire can just be a pain to lose to. It's just, it stops you from winning. I've lost too many games at 19 lore to that archetype.
Just drawing like 3 cards a turn and playing removal.
Doing what they do. It's gonna be a long couple of months for all of us, but we got this. So thank you, gents, for not playing the Ruby Sapphire propaganda. And
well, we had Street played it.
Well, no, just talking about this matchup.
Oh, okay.
Hey, in this little universe we created, it's just us.
This
four,
game,
so
just this game,
just this game that we got to watch and cast.
Well, did you have any shout outs you wanted to give, Jared?
I guess just the Cerberus Den crew in general. Big shout out to Josh. You know, it was really awesome when he had his storm. We all met and started playing together, so that was awesome. And shout out Chad and Street. They got it done tonight. 2-1 victory. So I think we're feeling pretty good about that.
Nice.
Let's go.
Congratulations on that. All right. Alvin, did you have any shout outs you wanted to give before we head into the post show?
Yes, definitely. I want to give a huge shout out to the chat. Chat, thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you enjoyed the show. Great games. Big shout out to our opponents. You guys absolutely crushed it, and thank you for showing up and giving it your best. And for you guys for putting all this together. You guys are amazing. Like, so organized. It was such a pleasure to watch. All the commentators, the organizer, Wonderland. You're amazing, man. Appreciate you so much. Shout out to content creators. You too. That includes you too. And yeah, to all my Lore Games fam, we will be back on the grind tomorrow. Catch us on Lore Games YouTube. And shout out to my wife, my amazing wife. She's the best. She always gives me the best advice. And she's right there. She was hanging out watching. She was hanging out watching in the background.
It reminds me of when we tattled on Dick Burns for not wearing his wedding ring on, and she came in while he was playing and threw it at him.
Dang. Doghouse. Yeah, look at me. I came
good.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much for the amazing show, and you two have a great night.
You too, man. Thank you.
All right, we're swapping over to the VDO now, and we do have another player and team coach, owner, joining us. It is the Rip Lungs. Although you also go by a dozen different names, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little about yourself? Can you hear me? I can't hear him. Uh-oh, your mic is muted.
How about now? Can y'all hear me?
Now I can hear you, yes.
Y'all hear me now?
Yes, I...
Hello,
Perfect.
hello.
All right.
Oh,
were you able to hear me earlier?
Thank you for having me on. You guys did an amazing job today casting, and the whole setup was awesome.
Well, thank you.
Oh, sorry. What was the question?
I said you go by... So you go by a couple different names. You go by Riplungs. I don't think Breezy can hear me, but that's okay.
Yeah, I go by a couple of different aliases. Riplongs, Create. My real name is Adrian. But yeah, I've just been on the online social media scene for a couple years from different TCGs as well.
Breezy speaking facts, and he's muted, they say. Perfect. I didn't think he heard me. I didn't even realize he was muted. That was a fun little interaction, but he's not muted now, so he
I'm not muted now. I was talking so nicely.
While you were interrupting me, you were talking quite nicely.
Well,
yes.
because you were muted for me. That's the problem.
It's a mute fest. It's a mute
There's
fest.
a lot of audio. It's okay. It's fine. It's live production. I was actually complimenting you the whole time too, which makes it even funnier. It was like he's
complimenting me while you're not letting me speak. It was quite adorable. Yes, but apparently I was the only one who could hear that, so I was just abruptly stopping every few moments.
Oh, see, that was just you. It didn't happen at all. It was just all here.
Rip's down there like, come on, bro, let me talk again. All right. Tell us about your team and what made you decide to pick your players and how amazingly proud you are of Alvin. Now Rip can't hear me again.
Oh, we're so cooked. We're so
yeah,
cooked.
thank you. Very good question. So yeah, the select few team was just pretty much based off my podcast, and the whole point of the team, it just has to do with people who I respect, people who I am good friends with, and I picked these players just because not only are they good friends with me, but because they are very skilled players. Lorcana Justice is one of the best blue steel players that I know. He is from the EU, and me and him actually worked on our LCQ list. So thanks to him, I was able to win my LCQ list. And then my friend Marcos is a local for mine. He is a Pokemon X Legend, X Pro, and he transitioned to Lorcana very well, and he's been doing very good. And of course, we can't forget about Lore Gaines, aka Alvin. I met him in the DLCs. He's invited me onto his channel a couple of times. And honestly, all these three guys are just very awesome people and very skilled. And I'm happy how we did round 1. I'm happy how we did round 2. And we're ready for round 3 if we can make it on.
Well, it's
y'all are in for the whole season.
Good attitude to have.
Y'all are locked in. Y'all are stuck with us. If anything, got 2 more rounds of this. The redemption arc begins now, right? Now the huddle after the game, you're just gonna come back. Feel like this is.
Yeah, man, we want to go all the way.
There you go. I mean, there's still 2 rounds to go. It's the competition ain't over, nowhere near. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be so. I like the every team is just like we want to keep pushing. It's just so exciting to see in this community, and y'all gonna crush it. Y'all gonna crush it. It's gonna be beautiful.
I agree.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We really love the Lorcana competitive scene, and we're very grateful for the opportunity to be able to play with everyone here. And we're here, to be competitive, but we're also here to have fun. But really, we want to just showcase our skills, and that's what the ICL is all about. That's how I see it. I'm a competitive player, and I love what everyone has done here to showcase this competitive side of Lorcana, especially online, since we don't really have that many events. But again, we really want to go all the way, make it to the playoffs, and try to win the whole thing. Just because I know we have what it takes.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. I love the passion, dude. You every time I see you on the interwebs, there's just this Lorcana passion just spewing out of you. It's beautiful. It's what you do is fantastic, and the team you brought up together, legend. So it's again, I'm doing a lot of compliment showering, but it's all from the heart. I'm very excited to see what happens. But I do want to get to know Mr. Rip Wings here while we have the chance. Tell me about yourself. How did we get to Lorcana? What was the year of this journey been like for you?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of delay, so that might be why I'm answering a couple seconds late, but I'm hearing you guys perfectly. But the journey for Lorcana has been awesome. started about a year ago, when Pixelborn was a thing. And as soon as Lorcana came out, I found out about Pixelborn. I just wanted to get into the game. I'm a very competitive person, so I knew the online underground competitive scene was the way to go. So shout out Pavel for making Pixelborn, and I think that's where my name stood out, just because of how awesome OG Pixelborn was. It was very competitive, and as the game continued to grow, I realized that it was a game that I was gonna stay in. Travel to all these DLCs, started making content, started networking with people, and honestly, I'm just very happy and thankful for what Lorcana has done for me, all the people that I've got to meet, all the new opportunities that I have, and future opportunities. And really, just about me, I'm just a simple creative guy who is very into art, very into just, again, being creative, whether that be through art, social media, or content creation. And again, when it comes to the competitive side of things, I think that's where I stand out and my team stands out for being a Sapphire and Steel player. Was able to go to Continentals, and I think 2025 is going to be an awesome year, not only for me, not only for select few, but for everyone in the Lorcana scene, because this game's getting bigger, and this is going to be an awesome year again.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know you're known for the Sapphire Steel sauce. Now it's truly your time to shine. Going into this big, I mean,
it's a Sapphire Steel meta.
It is a Sapphire Steel meta. So going into this, everyone's looking out for me. Everyone's literally building decks to beat my deck. How do we adapt, knowing
the Clone Wars,
knowing
Hold
that
the fort down.
It's just us against the world essentially? Like, how do we adapt as a Sapphire Steel player, knowing that, okay, most players are going to build decks around me?
We lost Luke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think the number one thing was we got to see at the beginning of the format when Oswald started becoming a thing, and we saw that mid-range Sapphire and Steel was also becoming very popular. But now, after 2-3 weeks have passed, we've kind of seen the people who stuck to Sapphire Steel are here to stay, and everyone else who was just there for the hype has slowly drifted away. And I think now, with Red Blue becoming very strong, I personally think Amber Steel, Purple Steel is really good. I think all we have to worry about now is like the item Sapphire Steel and the Kiwi build. The builds that I'm on, like No New World or Ramp Focus, seem to have fallen off, but I think that's okay. I think there's still so many different approaches for Sapphire and Steel. But if you did want to tech for Sapphire Steel or anything like that, just going fully aggro in the beginning is a very good game plan, because it's very weak. Even though we have a turn one build, we can't rely on that. And then for mirror matches, I think Cogsworth is very strong. Cogsworth gets to make your Tomatoes live with a Zeus, or you can trade bodies, Scrooge versus Scrooge, Bell versus Bell. But overall, again, if you did want to just beat Sapphire Steel straight up, I think a very aggro approach on the Amber Steel side is probably the way to go. And then Red Blue is just Red Blue, right? Very strong. But Red Blue, you can combat that pretty well with New World, but with these lists that are more mid ranges, it's a little bit more harder.
Definitely. I mean, making those decisions in a field that's unfortunately getting a little bit more mixed up. I know a lot of like competitive players are like, I kind of prefer having like three decks I rather worry about than like 7. But fortunately for the game, there's going to be like within even the same ink pairs, there's so many different variations. Like you said, there's the Kiwi aggro version, there's the classic whole new world version. It's definitely just one of those things where the unknown is getting a little bit more scary as the format is getting a little bit more unsolved right now, where yes, there's good decks, but anyone can win it at this point, because so many decks that just kind of get through, as long as they can take out the Ruby Sapphire and Steel Sapphire, the world is their oyster.
Yes, I agree. I think Red Blue is definitely going to be a deck that more people who are playing Sapphire Steel are going to switch over. And also, I think locations are being not respected as much. And just to give a little sauce, I think in Sapphire and Steel, you can play in locations outside of the Kiwi, if you get what I'm trying to say without giving up all the sauce. But I think locations, again, red, blue, and 1-4, or I should say 4 willpower meta is what we're going to be in. Because Bell is good, but what does Storm do against these 4 willpower characters, right? And if you just rely on a turn 1 Bell, as we can saw how Justice didn't open up that turn 1 Bell game 3, the deck kind of falls behind. So I don't think the deck is solved at all. And with all the variations that there is for Sapphire and Steel, with the meta, the time that we have left, we still have time to find the best Sapphire and Steel list. I personally have a 1K that I'll be attending this weekend in Austin, Texas. Me and Marcos are actually going with some other people, and I'll be showcasing my set 7 Sapphire and Steel list that I've been working on with Lorcana Justice, and I expect to win the whole thing.
Let's go.
And I might be on locations, might be on New World. I mean, we don't know.
Might be anything. It might be anything, and that's the beauty of it. Like, I've been telling people, like, it's just like, yeah, they like when you look at a board and it's just they do Popsicle Bell. What deck are they running? I don't know. There's so many different cards they could run, and it's just one of those things that, like, when you show up and you do your turn 1, turn 2, what are you playing? No idea. And by the time I figure it out, it might just even be too late. And I think that's kind of one of the coolest things about Sapphire Steel going in. It's just like that variance, like you said. It's just, I don't know. It is very powerful. The unknown is very, very powerful tool to use in this game, and I think utilizing that has been quite efficient in the success of some of these decks. But yeah, I there's a high chance if I had to bet, I'm betting on.
I agree. I think what the main thing is.
Oh, there's a like.
I think the main thing is the dice roll, and I think it's all about building your deck to combat on the draw, and that's what my deck building is trying to be on. And the thing with Bell and Scrooge is if you're able to build up these popsicles and ramp, it's okay to give up the first 2 turns because you can play these characters for free. And I think that's what's key about this deck, being able to ramp and then not lose board presence. But this meta again is still adapting. I'm personally having fun with the meta. I've seen a lot of people not like this meta. I don't know what your thoughts are on the meta and how you've been enjoying it.
I mean, it's a very unique one in the sense of, like, it's not necessarily a tier 0 format because there's no, like, best deck. But I was talking about it earlier this week with me, is that, like, he said it in a very cool way, I think, is that, like, it's more of a monolith format where it's just like you build so many decks around the best deck that people think, which is the Sapphire Steel. And this alone creates so many new decks in the game that kind of beat each other out alongside with it, kind of creating a little bit of variety because everyone's just trying to beat that one deck. And if everyone's kind of starting to do that, the Sapphire Steel pool is kind of getting less and less, creating a little bit more variety. So it's definitely fascinating to see how that is. So for me, it's not the worst. I mean, my only biggest pet peeve is Ruby Sapphire just wins in a very slow burner way. And as a fan of this game and an enjoyer of watching this game, it is a little bit of a slow burn. And it doesn't excite people as much because it's too methodical in the sense of it's just going to take its slow time, get you to hope you can win and just take your soul away, and it's just not optimal. But other than that, I think the format is still very interesting and very fun.
Yeah, I agree. I think, red blue is just red blue, and there's definitely ways to beat it. And there's definitely no tier 0 deck this format. It was kind of crazy when people started saying Sapphire Steel was tier 0, and I'm over here losing to turn 1, turn 2 Daisy. And if you're a tier 0 deck, you're not supposed to lose to something so simple like that, right? Like the fact that the deck just crumbles to like an early lore aggression is crazy to me. So in my deck building personally, I'm trying to combat red blue. I'm trying to combat amber steel. And I think those are the top 3 decks right now: amber steel, red blue, and sapphire and steel. And really all we lost was red purple. And red purple has been doing good apparently, right? If you look at the CCS that happened this last weekend, like red purple is back on the map. And again, if you remember when the set came out, people were saying that red blue has fallen off. So honestly, no one knows. No one really knows, right? So I think the set's fine. It's awesome, and next week, 2 weeks from now, we'll see more new decks pop up.
Yeah, absolutely. As a big Daisy and Chernodog enjoyer, I'm happy to see Sapphire Steel list sit across from me. So it's one of those things where it's just like, for me, it's not the end of the world if I see a bunch of those. So the decks that are around it, they cause problem to me as well. So it's a very fascinating thing going forward. And I think there's so much evolution in the game. I think Lorcana is one of those games where the meta itself never truly finalizes. I mean, we saw it in set 6, we saw it in set 5, we saw it in set 4, that when, like, at the last couple of weeks of the format, the decks were so different when we started, and the middle point as well, it just was so fluent. And I think we're going to see it happen this set as well. I mean, we're already shifting out of the Aussie line, like you said, and it's just going to keep evolving until the set ends, rather than finalizing a kind of okay, this was it kind of deal.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like you said, like last set, the shark burn that DKP created towards the end of the set was like arguably one of the best decks of the format. So I think right now, for the most part, what influences a lot of the meta again is the top tier players. So when you saw Zan use Oswald, we saw the crazy hype that became around Oswald. Now that Zan is off Oswald, people are now going towards this more item list with 4 Tamatoas, of the small and big one. Tomorrow, if Zan uploads a new build or a new meta fight on the counter to Sapphire and Steel, I guarantee you half of the meta will shift towards that. So again, I think the meta is still developing. There's so many versions of Sapphire Steel, there's so many versions of Amber Steel, Purple Steel, Red Blue, Red Purple. I'm having fun. I wouldn't mind some type of maybe balance change to probably Coil and Ruby Sapphire, but other than that, if we're living through Diablo, we should just be fine.
God, yeah. I mean, I guess that kind of leads me to a different question with if there is some balancing changes you could do right now, what would you do? You said the Coil. What would you do? 2 more things to change to maybe do some things around in the meta right now.
Me personally, again, it would be Coil. That could just be make it uninkable or limited to 1. I know a lot of people aren't fans of limiting cards to 1, but I think that would be perfectly fine if you didn't want to eradicate it. I know a lot of people want to ban Popsicle or Cell, and if Popsicle wasn't winning any DLCs, I mean, I guess you could say it was part of Ruby Sapphire, but Ruby Sapphire was just way more stronger than Popsicle. So I don't see an issue with Popsicle. Again, right? I use Bell. I've opened up 2 Bells against Amber Steel, and I still lose. Right. If anything, I would hit Strength of the Raging Fire. That might be a hot take. Because a card like Strength of the Raging Fire against opposing Bells or against other characters, you kind of just stop your opponent from interacting with your board, and you just run away with lore. And that Strength of the Raging Fire is hitting for 3, is hitting for 4. So I personally would hit Strength of the Raging Fire, and then I think a very, very fair balance would probably be hitting Dime. Dime is pretty annoying to deal with, play around with. It's just a card that can instantly win the game. Other than that, I think those 3 cards should be hit. If we're not going to touch Diablo, we don't have to touch Bell.
That's fair. No, that I'm with you on that. The Strength of Raging Fire is very, very nice. Very, very solid take. I mean, it would not hurt for the market either. It's what, $25 right now. The foil is a gazillion dollars, so that would get rid of that too. It's a rare, so it's not like the end of the world, even though it's super expensive. So it's just one of those things that I didn't even think about. But you're right. Like, getting rid of that card would hurt a lot. It would be very, very solid addition. So that, yeah, I agree. I am on the Popsicle line though. I do think it's just the availability of it and just being able to bring it back to do more and more and more is where I think sometimes it gets issues. and getting rid of like potentially 4 out of the 8 items might assist with that, especially with the Tamatoa and everything else.
Yeah, I agree. I understand the issue that everyone has with Popsicle. I just feel like if you hit Popsicle, yeah, Sapphire still can play other items. I don't know. I just feel like it still wouldn't stop how broken Sapphire Steel could be. I mean, is the issue really the cycling?
Right.
I don't know. It's hard to tell. Don't hit my Popsicle.
You're just like, I don't want to. I like the draw card. I get you. Yeah, no, for sure. But I don't believe anything's gonna get done. Because like there's quite a bit of radio silence and all that stuff. So I just genuinely think it's just a lot of hypotheticals in this scenario. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice to see something change, but in a format that maybe not matter in the sense of official play, other than the set champs. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But we still gotta play it. We still gotta love the game, and it's just on a
maybe we'll do some fun weekend event where we do like some imaginary post rotation and we like rotate the first 5 sets or something like that.
Ooh,
be like, what's the world like without Popsicle, without B Prep, without a whole new world? Like maybe we could try doing something like that. If we need like a fresh meta, like if somehow Ruby Sapphire and Sapphire Steel wins every single event and everyone's angry, it's possible that we could adapt that. Cool. Here, let's do a vote. If the cat is too terrible, we'll get rid of it.
People are gonna bully the cat. I'm sorry. I wish it stayed.
You think people will want the cat? You think they'll be against it or for it?
I feel like Katie, as we speak, is making 8 different accounts and voting as much as possible at the same time to really tilt the vote one direction. Shout out Zane. But the feline is fine. Okay, we got some the division in the community already. This is like Poglet all over again.
For the ones that need a wizard cat.
A wizard cat would be totally fair.
I might have to pay some artist to make me a wizard cat VTube.
See? Dude, do that. Then everyone can't talk about it. Okay, when I'm on stream, there's no vote, but then I'm not suddenly close to my.
You're in the channel. It's the same thing. It's just,
you know where to
have
be.
To talk at the same time. You're still watching the kitty cat.
The post show is alive. The post show is breathing, and if you have something to say about this cat, you know where to find it.
All right, how do you say your name again? You're Crete.
Create.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm so used to calling you Rip that like you changed your name partway through. I'm gonna try to remember your new name for you, but I don't know how to talk.
It's just create. Create.
Yeah. That name's been attached for me for like 10 years, and I love the name, but got to if I'm gonna adapt, change it up, had to do it earlier rather than later until it's too late.
Fair enough. Yeah, no.
From your full old name, I understand. Sometimes things have to be done. We're playing a fun Disney card game.
Yeah. The mouse is always watching, so
I'm just trying to think of funny jokes, but I can't think of one. That's
funny.
The blight of being a funny man.
If the mouse is watching, we need some world info.
Where they at though?
I need a next DLC. I'm fiending over here.
It's in my backyard. Like I've been waiting. I've been waiting for the friends to come to the breezy house, and it hasn't been happening, and it's just painful. It's been
that was a really good use of that alert, Katie. That was really well done. That was. I don't know if they heard it, but I just hear.
No, we did not. But I saw the notification.
I just don't get it. If I don't know if anyone in chat has ever consumed Saturday morning breakfast cereal, the comic series. I do believe it. SMBC, hilarious comics. But they'd have like a little comic on the thing every once in a while, and it was just this dude. He's just like, I don't get it. I don't know why. That just tickles me. tickles me fancy in the right way.
It does. It hits the right frequency in the brain. I get it. It's fine. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Going no worlds. We don't know what's happening, but that's why we do the ICLs. That's why the LCCs happen. That's why there's a constant need for the community to push forward, right? That's why we yap over here. That's why we play the game.
Yeah,
to make sure that it doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop, so people don't lose their attention span. That's already limited. I mean, I can only focus so many things, and the moment Lorcana kind of falls off, my brain might shut it down, and we gotta keep yapping about it, and we're gonna do it. And then one day they're gonna be like, "Hey, Orlando, by the way." And then we're just gonna jump right back in. It's gonna be fantastic. But until then, we gotta keep yelling.
I keep accidentally showing things on my screen because I forget I'm showing my main screen. But I'll go over why I'm showing it. We already had Zoologist was like Ohana #1, currently in Group A, Division A. They are ranked first. That said, 4 undefeated teams have not played yet. So there's almost guaranteed to be 2 people ahead of Ohana, with the possibility of all 4, depending. They have 4 set wins, which is not fantastic, but not bad. Like they 2-1'd twice, or they swept, right? Did they sweep? Yeah, they swept.
They swept and got 2-1.
Very good. We were saying the sweeps matter. Getting those extra games matter. Preventing the sweeps is super important too, because you can't let them get far ahead. Like, you can't let the sweepy sweeps happen. And like Ohana here has they're +4. I mean, I guess it's a little different because they don't have the full games, but they're a 4-point difference from the high. So Freedom Game has 5. So win or lose, Freedom Gaming is going to be taking first or second place, basically. Like, it seems unlikely they won't, but I mean, maybe they do have to get 1. So I guess if Freedom Gaming gets swept, they might not jump up there, right? So as long as they get 1 game, Maelstrom, they need to get a 2-1 or better to jump up to tie. If they sweep, they easily pass. The same thing with Forbidden Mountain and Tianhu.
So is this the last round before playoffs?
No, there's 2 more. There's
so
4 rounds.
there is 4 rounds.
Oh, okay. So
we have these
so
2
what does
here.
my team? What does my team got to do to make sure we secure?
Just win out, baby. Just win out.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure
easy.
if you sweep
all you
your
gotta
next
say.
2 rounds, you're probably automatically in.
Yeah.
I
would
think
you could go 2-1 and 3-0, and you most likely will get it.
There could be a crazy world.
What about 2-1,
that
2-1?
doesn't happen.
That I'm not too sure.
But
it just depends on everything else at that point. It just depends on what everyone else has been doing as well.
So there's 10 teams, and you needed to win, or no, they needed to win this round to stay, like the Den. They kind of needed to win this round to like keep in contention, so they're not double lost, because they got paired up, right? So them winning was unfortunate for you and really good for all the teams that had losses, because if each pair up and pair down, like the losing team wins, it puts you in a better spot for contention. Where right now it seems unlikely that the Portal or Love to Lore are going to be able to jump all the way to the top 4, but it could be possible if there's double sweeps and that the other winning teams barely get by with a 2-1 victory, or even if like what the craziest scenario is if like the up teams all play slow control lists and go to time and get a couple of draws, and then like maybe only get 2 points overall from the whole match instead of like 4 or 6.
Oh, there's a lot of intricacies that could happen. That's because it's gonna get very interesting to talk playoff when we are in 2 rounds deep. It's gonna be very fascinating.
No team is swept twice. Freedom Gaming, they swept the first round, so that's like they're the ones to look at right now. Like they're definitely the top seed after the first round, right? And if they sweep again, they're probably almost guaranteed locked. But I don't know for sure how these 4-round 10-person tournaments go. I'm pretty sure you'll have 1 undefeated at the end, guaranteed. and the tiebreakers for 4th and 5th are going to be crazy close, and I think it's going to come. I'm hoping. I really hope it's not a straight tie between the two, but I'm hoping it's going to come down to like 1 game difference, right? Like the team that got that they did what they needed to do to get that extra win, like pushed it through.
Yeah. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be super exciting.
So all my team's gotta do is sweep. That's
just
easy
sweep.
That's an easy task.
And just win out.
Whenever anyone is
we got it next week.
How does the tie breaks work? Is the math there? Like realistically, you just have to say, well, if you win, you might get in. And sometimes you win 3 rounds in a row with assuming you're in your winning ends and you bubble out. It's definitely a heartbreak, but it happens, and it's going to happen to multiple people. Most of these Swiss events are only designed to guarantee the top performers are automatically in, right? It's not designed for people who stumble a little. If you stumble a little bit, you get punished, and sadly, it just like there's not a perfect system, because if there was, it would be used. They wouldn't be trying out-of-the-box things like best of 2 systems. There's not going to deep delve into that, obviously.
It's okay. It's very hard to cut. I'm going to be 100% honest with you real quick. It's very hard to take you seriously when you're staring at me as a cat. Just letting you know, there's so much wisdom coming out of it at times, and I'm just like, I can't take it seriously when you say words like sweepity sweep, and it's just like when a cat says it, it's sweep. It's sweep. And I was like, okay, my entire attention span is gone. But it's man. 1-1-1. It's so crazy. We got Friday Maelstrom versus Tianhu.
It's looking good though, man. It's looking good. It's looking like the playoffs over here.
It's the competition is high. It's just, I mean, it's only the best players in it's best of the best coming through. Yeah.
And so if we look at the other Division B, we still have one more match to play. There was a slight issue with scheduling, a scheduling conflict. Something came up, so we couldn't do it. So we postponed them and pushed them to the back. So it's going to be a little crazy. What's going to happen is these 2 matches, Freedom and the Forbidden Mountain and Maelstrom versus Tianhu, are going to happen. And then the next week's schedule after that is going to be posted, basically. And then this is going to happen, and then the schedule after that will be posted. But we're probably going to add a new 1 day off in between, so in case there is a schedule issue, there's at least another backup date we can put in to maintain a fluid rotation. But we had 3 teams with double win. ETB, Villain Club, and Ink Thieves. 1 sweep, ETB, on this side of the board.
Only 1, wow.
Backseat Genius also had a sweep in the first round.
So
we've had a total of 4 sweeps in the event, averaging 1 a round, which is fair, I think.
Which is good. That's perfect. It would have been not as great if you just 3-0-3 or 3-0 everywhere. So tight competition, tight league.
I kind of wish there was a little bit more stats I could keep track, just for like the numbers person in me, the cruncher in me. I would like to know how many of these were on the play that won. I could probably find that out if I backtrapped, but bruh, that's rough. A lot of work. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy kitty.
I just gotta consult with some data lovers on the Lorcana community, one bird lover specifically as well, probably to dig deep, find answers, get that data in.
Yeah, because we did change the rules partway through round 1, I think, or very early. We changed it that if your team lost the game before, you got to be on the player draw, and I do think that change was very good for the league. I think that's a fair way to do it. Like, no one wants to be like, yeah, their team won the die roll 3 games in a row. But you could also claim that they won the first die roll, and then that pushed it in the thing where you see team 1 win a round, and then team 2 win the next, and then team 1 win the first. But that's only when it comes down to the third round. And honestly, I feel like a lot of these have been 2-0'd, and then the losing team rallies in the last to like back against the wall. We need to get that last point while we still can. We need to stay on the board, and then they get it, right? Like, just like Select Few did tonight. Alvin's like, nah. You know, hold my Mufasa. I got this. Like,
that list was spicy. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that list. It's very cool.
JDZ with I do believe a double box.
I think the boys did a good job. We'll run it back next time.
JDZ with a $2 giveaway. Wow. I'm gonna enter that too, personally.
Select Few, they say they're not out.
No one is. No, it's not. The clock is still ticking.
We're not out. And if we go out, we're taking some people out with us.
Because like if you win round 3, you let's say 3-0, then you're looking. Wow, my autofocus is absolutely cooked right now. But yeah, it's just there's a lot of game left. You
gave the fire to Ohana. You beat him in the first round, and they were just like, no, we can't have that. And they just like took it out on the portal. So now y'all got to do the same. You berserker barraged them into it, and they stepped through the portal, and they're a contender. Got to be careful. Can't wake the sleeping dragon.
Whatever next. You want all the smoke, so be ready.
Let's go. Whoever's next better be scared. Better be scared,
he says.
I mean, that's the way.
All right. Well, I do believe that's going to be our show for the night. It was fantastically done tonight. Your team did great. It was great chatting with you, getting some insights on Sapphire Steel. And once again, congrats on the LCQ run.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
I've done something similar to that back in the past, and that's not referencing Seattle. Back when I played Magic, I had won 1 or 2 LCQs, and it is insanely stressful to play in a single elimination event that qualifies for an event. And like at the end of it, it's like you 5-0 the event, and then if you do well in the event, you have like a better score than people in the top 8 sometimes. If you lose out in the top 16, or say you get 9th place, but you won a LCQ, you at that point, the only person who's probably going to have an equal record to you is the person who wins the event, because you have those extra 5 wins on top of it, and the first place person will only have like 3 more, so you still could have it. Like, it's crazy to think that, but like it's tough. Now granted, it's you could argue the LCQ players are not the same caliber as the players that were automatically qualified, and I think to a lot of people that would make sense. But to the people who were in that room and saw the caliber of players that were playing in these LCQs, sure, there's a sprinkle of social players who got lucky and got a thing, but how many players who are not good, quote unquote, who are not like the top of the top, the cream of the crop, would spend $100 if they didn't think they had a chance, right? It had such a high barrier to entry that, like, if you're going to put that much money on yourself, if you're going to bet that much money, you're probably good enough to compete. And like so many insane players that I saw in day 2s that, like myself, until the last DLC was not qualified for Continentals. I would have been in the LCQs just like you, trying to get in, even though I had multiple day 2s. There were people in that scenario who still didn't even make it through because it's single elimination. Like, not only do you have to be the top of your game and full of skill, you also have to get lucky. It's the perfect storm.
I mean, so many bubbled out players. I mean, they did that at that point. They were
I think
some percentages away. It's just like
it's crazy.
So many bubbled away LCQs out there. Like when I was there's so many people that just I knew that they bubbled out at one of the events, and they're like, I want my second chance. And those players are beasts. Like it's just only the best of the best shows. Most of the field over there is best of the best. So ish is hard.
Yep. All
Yeah, no,
right.
I
Well,
think both of you guys for those kind words, and it definitely was a hard tournament. And for any advice I want to give to people, if you want to win something like that, you have to put yourself in a group of people or surround yourself with people who have the same mentality. I didn't win by myself. I won because of the group of people who I'm around with, the people who spent those hours testing with me, deck building. And you're right, an event like this costs $100 plus the flight, plus the hotel, plus food, and all these things. And I didn't see it as, oh, this is a Lorcana event. I'm gonna go have fun. Which there's nothing wrong with having fun, right? But when it comes to competitive, there's some people out there who might want it more than you. So if you want to actually win these events, you have to have this certain ego of being like, no, I'm there to win, and I'm not there to have fun. And I have fun by winning. And I think that day of the tournament, like you said, you need a little bit of luck, a couple of dice roll wins, a couple of different matchups. Everything has to fall into place.
15 seconds.
And a lot of the time, people do have the opportunity to make it all the way there, but you can't make a mistake. So as long as you play perfect with a little bit of luck, you'll get there.
Well, I think the raid went off.
Perfect. Show's over. Woo! He did it.
Really good timing.
That was incredible. Yeah. Oh, damn.
He left.
He said dip.